Chapter 1531. Mentality and perseverance were both very important. If one's mentality was always negative, it was basically impossible for one to have any breakthroughs. Therefore, he had always emphasized this point. Without a good mentality and hard work, even if one had potential, one would not be able to unleash it. If one was immediately depressed and fell into depression, how could one continue? As time passed, many cultivators began to climb to the higher levels, but there was still a big gap. After all, there were a total of 108,000 steps on the stairs, and the one who had climbed to the highest point was only less than 10,000 steps. The cultivators who climbed to the highest level were quite talented. When he saw that he had climbed to the highest level, he was secretly delighted. If he could reach the top, he would definitely attract some attention. This would undoubtedly give him more points. Unexpectedly, no one paid attention to him. Instead, they paid attention to the other cultivators. It was not that he was not eye-catching enough. On the contrary, he was quite eye-catching. However, if they paid attention to him casually, they would see what would happen later. Although he had come first, it was meaningless. This was just the beginning. What was the point of staring at him? If they wanted to watch, they should see if there were other cultivators with potential later on. In the process of climbing, many cultivators immediately sensed a steady stream of energy surging from under their feet to promote their cultivation. This time, they immediately realized what Etienne was talking about before. What is this little surprise? During the process of the trial, they could increase their cultivation. Not only could it increase their cultivation, but it could also train their souls and bodies. This meant that they could increase their overall strength. It was simply unbelievable. There were so many cultivators. To increase the strength of billions of cultivators at once, how much money did it take? In fact, a lot of energy was needed to provide for so many cultivators to absorb. He would have to rely on the spirit-gathering formation around him and the other cores. After a certain connection, this effect could be achieved. This was even done with the help of the divine spirit race from Etienne. With their nature-defying abilities, they could complete such a large formation. When they found out about this, they were really shocked by Etienne. To increase their cultivation by hundreds of millions or even billions in one go, just thinking about it was terrifying. Of course, it could not be continuously increased. There would definitely be a limit. At the same time, the higher one climbed, the better the effect would be. At the beginning, the effect was average. This meant that the more steps they climbed, the stronger they would be. When they sensed it, they were all extremely touched. They were not fools. They all knew what this meant. Usually, cultivation places required all kinds of spirit stones or spirit gathering arrays to increase their cultivation. Now, there were so many cultivators, and all of them could improve. The difficulty was undoubtedly huge. Ding! Congratulations, Etienne successfully gathered the faith of 100 million people, gained 10. 000 crazy point. 10. 000 compression mastery. Ding! Congratulations, Etienne successfully gathered the faith of 500 million people, gained 50k compressed crazy point, 50k compressed mastery. Ding! Congratulations to player Etienne successfully assembled. Ding! Congratulations to player Etienne successfully gathered the faith of 5 billion people, gained 500. 000 compressed crazy point. 500. 000 compressed mastery. And got the title God of Faith. God of Faith, a super powerful title that can only be obtained after receiving the worship of 5 billion people. The effect is to gather the power of faith and bless the user. When a certain amount of power of faith is gathered, the user can deal 5 to 100 times more damage. Note, can only be used inside the 3 realms God realm, not outside. After Etienne saw it, He almost jumped out of the chair. 5 to 100 times the damage. This is so powerful. Looking carefully, he had an extra faith value. As these cultivators continue to climb and improve themselves, the faith value will increase. When a certain amount of faith value is used, it can burst out more power, very similar to crazy damage mode. Not only the consumption, but also the time limit. The two are similar. The more faith points, the more powerful the effect. The overall situation is that 100 points of faith can burst out 100 times the damage, and it can only last for 1 minute. If it is 5 times, it only needs to consume 5 points, and so on. As for how to get it, it is to maintain the faith in him. Pray for him from time to time, and you can increase it. To put it bluntly, he has really become a god in their hearts. Every time they cultivate, they will pray for the heavenly cloud's great emperor to bless them with a breakthrough. It is equivalent to worshiping the gods and Buddhas, and they can get faith value. Points are quite difficult to obtain. It takes time to accumulate, and so on. At least now, with so many people believing in him, it is only increasing little by little, and it is very slow. After a long time, it can only increase a few dozen points. It is really quite slow, but it is better than nothing. As long as it continues to increase, it is not a problem to accumulate thousands or even tens of thousands of points. At that time, the burst of 100 times damage can last for a long time. If I use this state, wouldn't it be heaven-defying when the two are stacked? Etienne's eyes lit up. When the two are stacked, it can reach 220 times damage. Although it can only be used in the 3 realms god realm, it is enough for him. If he stays here, who would dare to come in? At that time, whoever comes will be killed. He didn't expect the disciple selection to have such a surprise. Originally, he wanted to select disciples and at the same time enhance the comprehensive strength. Who knew that he can also get a special title? It is quite unexpected. Of course, this is not the main point. It is just an addition. This kind of qualitative change is indeed something that Etienne did not expect. Originally, they worship him, but it is not to the point of faith. After all, many of them have not seen the real person. At most, they worship him. Their hearts are filled with respect. Now that this kind of generosity, it immediately makes them go crazy, directly becoming his believers. The degree of their worship increased. What is it? Sure, Shuiyan saw Etienne beaming. She does not know what happened. Nothing. I feel that the disciple selection this time is not bad. Etienne smiled. He does not know what the criteria to obtain a title is. Many of them suddenly appear. Now, it seems that doing these things is really not bad. As long as he continues to develop his faction, there will definitely be rewards. Of course, from now on, your prestige will be even higher. Sure, Shuiyan does not know. She thought that Etienne is happy that so many people support him. Following Etienne's gaze, groups of people continue to climb up the stairs. He pays special attention to those who usually perform average, or those who are at the bottom. Chapter 1532. As time passed, they rushed up one by one. They did not know how long they had, so they quickly rushed up while it was not over. Especially if they did not fail, no matter how many times they failed, it would not be a problem. They just did not know how long it would take, whether it would be a week or a month. They did not care whether they could succeed or not. They mainly wanted to climb to a higher level, as high as they could. After all, the higher they climbed, the more benefits they would obtain. To put it bluntly, even if no elder chose them, they would continue to climb, treating it as self-cultivation. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare. How could they waste it? Therefore, they took advantage of the fact that it was not over to continue climbing. This kind of positive phenomenon was all good. This made Etienne very satisfied. Even if there was no chance, it was good to have this kind of mentality. As for the ending time, he really had not thought about it. In any case, when he felt that it could end, he would choose to end. Very quickly, they quickly climbed to 50,000 to 60,000 steps and had already covered half of the distance. This was a more crucial time. If they failed here, they would have to start all over again. Yi Tianyun's setting was so simple and crude. As long as they failed, they would be bounced off, starting from the starting point. Of course, they would not be seriously injured. They would slowly fall down and then have to start all over again. Starting all over again, the difficulty would be the same. But with previous experience, the difficulty would be reduced, just that they would have to waste more time. Among them, there were a few who had never failed, and it just so happened that their usual situation was that they belonged to the bottom, the type that people look down on. For example, Tan Tiankong was one of them. He might not be in the top, but he was definitely the stronger type, at least in the top 100. The same was true for the rest of the bottom. All of them could fight their way to a higher level. Among them, there were also super geniuses. They could also fight their way to the top. The most terrifying thing was not geniuses, but geniuses who had talent and were very hardworking. Among them, there were such people who worked hard to climb up, and their perseverance did not lose to anyone. When Tan Tiankong's parents saw this, they were stunned. Her son, who had been looked down upon in the beginning, limped his way up to a higher level. Previously, no one was optimistic about their child, but now their child could lead all the way. Although he was not in the top 10, to be able to fight his way to the top 100 was enough to shock the people nearby. To be able to fight his way into the top 100 out of so many cultivators. How could this not be shocking? Who said our son is useless? Who dares to say that our son's legs and feet are not nimble? He is useless. Tan Tiankong's mother's face was full of tears, and the eyes of the father next to her were red. All along, their son's shortcomings in this area had been pointed out. How could they not be heartbroken? In order to treat this kind of injury, one would need to have a higher cultivation level or buy bone replenishing pills, which were both very difficult to obtain. Although the God realm of the three realms was very fair, it did not mean that those who had flaws would be treated. As long as it was not the kind of dying, this kind of situation needed to be treated by oneself. After all, there were so many cultivators. If they were to treat each and every one of them, the three realms' divine territory would suffer a loss. Thus, he used the same old method. If he couldn't even walk, he could still obtain the bone replenishing pill. As long as they made some contributions, for example, doing something at home, they would still be able to earn contribution points. As for advance payment and the like, this was also possible, but one would have to pay double the price or even triple the price. Basically, it was equivalent to selling their bodies. This would motivate them to work harder. It seemed inhumane, but it was too ordinary, and it was easy to have an advance payment at will. The three realms' divine territory was not a tycoon-level divine territory. It couldn't distribute everything at will, so maintaining balance was the key. Tan Tiankong's performance really shocked those who looked down on him before, and now they didn't know what to say. Being able to climb to such a high level, even if he failed in the future, it was enough to be proud. Moreover, it was possible that other elders would take a fancy to him. In fact, he was really taken by the divine generals and elders, and they all stared at him. After all, limping up, how could it not attract people's attention? Others didn't limp, but they couldn't climb higher, which was the most annoying thing. His cultivation level is not high, but his ability is good. The Heavenly Cloud's Great Emperor's selection is definitely not wrong. If there is no problem, I will choose him. Bullshit! I have taken a fancy to him before. He should be taught by me. He is definitely suitable for me. No, it should be me who wants him. From the moment he stepped on the stairs, I have already taken a fancy to him. Nonsense. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you dare to say that you really took a fancy to him as soon as he stepped on the stairs? One by one, the elders quarreled about this, and it was really funny. It wasn't just Tan Tiancong, but the other participants were included in the scope of competition. They didn't know what Yi Tianyun's test was, but they believed that Yi Tianyun's choice was definitely right. Therefore, they chose the best among them. Yi Tianyun watched from the side. The group of people trying to climb up, it was really a spectacular scene. Although there was no competition, the situation was extremely fierce, and everyone rushed up one by one. Especially the group of people in the front row. One was rushing faster than the other, scrambling to grab the first place. The first place was always the most dazzling, and it could attract the attention of trillions of people. Even if they failed later, at least people would remember their face. Honor was the meaning of their existence. Therefore, it was still white-hot, and everyone rushed forward. It was quite shocking as time passed quickly. A week passed, many people rushed to the 70,000 to 80,000 step, and the number of people who continued to go up was pitifully few. There were billions of cultivators, but those who could really reach this area were less than 1,000 people. As for those who could reach the 80,000 step, there were less than 100 people. Such a huge difference. It was really shocking. Yi Tianyun didn't even need to compete. He just needed to rely on this point, and it was enough for him to choose what he wanted. Perhaps some areas were not comprehensive enough, but his goal was to target this, and the rest could be slowly nurtured. The overall standard is not bad. Looks like I can still recruit a few disciples. Yi Tianyun looked at the cultivators in the front row. Although they were still quite far away, he could already see part of it. This divine staircase was created by him. So naturally, he knew what the difficulty of the later stages was. Now that it looked like he was going very steadily, the later stages should not be a big problem. Chapter 15:33. As the months passed, the further they went, the harder it was to climb. At the later stages, it would be considered pretty good if they could climb 100 steps in a day. Therefore, the difficulty was still extremely high, and the time required was slightly longer. Yi Tianyun had already expected this situation. Therefore, he didn't specify a time limit and decided to observe the situation. If the situation was more difficult, then the time limit would be set to be longer, otherwise it would be shorter. He couldn't keep this place open forever. The consumption was simply too shocking. If this continued, wouldn't the cores that were transferred here be drained dry? No matter what, he had to let these cores rest for a period of time to recover the consumed energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be beneficial for the cores if they continued to be in deficit. Finally, the first batch of people rushed above the 100,000 step. There were less than 20 people. These were the most outstanding existences, and Tan Tiancong was one of them. Tan Tiancong gritted his teeth and walked up step by step. He felt that he had reached his limit every time, but he stubbornly held on and climbed up. In his opinion, only by working hard would he be able to stand out. He didn't want to continue being mocked, and he didn't want his family to be sad because of him. He wasn't the only one thinking this way. The rest of the participants were thinking the same way. Among the top 20, those with average talent occupied a small portion. In fact, it wasn't that their talent was bad, but their true value wasn't reflected in their talent. Everyone's situation was different, just like other occupations. Pill, refinement masters, divine craftsmen, or even divine carving masters had a clear division of labor. There was a clear division of labor. Some tried to become a divine inscription master and failed to become a divine creation master. Some tried to become an alchemist and discovered that they were about to succeed. The most important thing was to find something suitable for themselves. Soon, they will basically be chosen from this batch. Yi Tianyun looked at the roughly 20 people and selected his disciple from them. The audience watched with their hearts tightening who would be able to become Yi Tianyun's disciple and obtain this supreme glory. At this point, many people weren't interested in who would be the first to go up, but who would stand at the peak. Even if they failed, they would be frantically recruited and nurtured. To put it bluntly, the elders and divine generals were already watching closely and wouldn't let any of them go. The top 20 cultivators had to be fought over. However, they wouldn't make a move now. Everything would depend on Yi Tianyun's final decision. If some of them caught their eye and successfully passed, then they would have wasted their efforts. Finally, after more than a month, a cultivator successfully reached the top. This cultivator was not a man, but a woman. Who would have thought that the one who reached the top would be a woman? But when everyone saw it, they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Even Yi Tianyun smiled helplessly. The first to reach first place was none other than Yi Xue. Yes, it was Yi Tianyun's daughter, Yi Xue. It was not against the rules for Yi Xue to climb the divine staircase. As long as she met the requirements, she could participate. But what was the point of her getting first place? Even if they managed to reach the peak, they would be personally taught by Yi Tianyun, and he would teach them everything. If he didn't impart it to his own daughter, who else could he impart it to? I'm first. Yi Xue made a victory gesture to Yi Tianyun, and then flew over from the air and sat on the seat next to him. Yi Tianyun shook his head and said, "This little girl, I knew she would be the first to reach the top." It seemed like he was blaming her, but it was actually full of love. This made him very satisfied. His daughter could reach the standard, which meant that she worked very hard. It didn't mean that she could easily reach the top by practicing his martial arts. There was no relationship between the two. But as for what other people think, that's their business. Soon, someone successfully reached the top and became the second woman. And it was a female cultivator. This time, the female cultivator happened to be the direct disciple of the internal elder. Her talent was quite good, and she worked very hard. This time, 2 women succeeded in reaching the top in a row, and most of the male cultivators were defeated. If you look closely, it's really more women than men. Among the top 20, there were more than a dozen women, which is really exaggerated. But this is normal. Don't forget what the situation of the 3 realms divine realm was. It was Jade Palace that started with female cultivators. Therefore, in this aspect, they were more focused on training and more strict. In the case that women are generally not as good as men, they will work harder and work harder. Now that they have such achievements, it's not surprising. Just when many male cultivators felt ashamed, a male cultivator finally reached the top. He became the 3rd person to reach the top, which made them heave a sigh of relief. Finally, a male cultivator succeeded, and there won't be a situation where no one can reach the top anymore. This male cultivator's talent is not bad, and his cultivation is at Spirit King stage, which is not very strong. After a period of time, another woman reached the top. Her cultivation is also on the low side, which is the Spirit King stage. In the audience, most of the people who reach the top are basically not the Earth Monarch stage or the Lord of Heaven stage. On the contrary, it's the lower the cultivation, which shocked them. Could it be that the lower the cultivation, the lower the difficulty? The answer is yes. The lower the cultivation, the lower the standard for Yi Tianyun. Correspondingly, with such a low cultivation, to achieve such amazing perseverance and ability, it is definitely far beyond the existence of the peers. In this case, the potential is still not big. Therefore, Yi Tianyun has his own standards, and it depends on their own performance. Soon, another male cultivator reached the top, and he is Tan Tiankong. A man with weak legs actually reached the top. I climbed up. When Tan Tiankong climbed up, tears immediately gushed out, turned his head and looked behind him, and saw a group of people below, big and small like ants. It is to verify his name, Tiankong. He really stood at the highest peak, looking down on all those who looked down on him, and he succeeded. If there's anyone who shocked the most, it is Tan Tiankong. He wasn't in first place, but his performance had shocked everyone to the core. The lame one beat all the non-lame ones. At this time, Shi Shuiyun recalled what Yi Tianyan said before, a lame foot, but not a lame heart. This is the reason why he succeeded. I know he can reach the top. Yi Tianyan smiled slightly. He is not too surprised that Tan Tiankong can climb up to the top. There were a lot of things that he could see from the very beginning. Chapter 1534. In the latest batch, 5 people had reached the summit, and only 4 had succeeded. These 4 had welcomed the greatest glory, becoming Yi Tianyan's personal disciples. Among them, there were 2 men and 2 women. This combination was very harmonious, and there was no situation where there were more women than men. However, no one knew how many people would become Yi Tianyan's disciples until the end. After all, the trial was still ongoing. Although it looked balanced, it was indeed not very harmonious in the situation where men were superior to women. It was still unexpected. To other factions, this was very inconceivable. The resources occupied by female cultivators were definitely far inferior to that of male cultivators. Under such circumstances, how could they surpass male cultivators? Therefore, the 3 realms divine realm had another special feature, and that was that men and women had equal resources. There would be no disparity in resources. Now, it was ruthlessly proven that women could still hold up half the sky. The 4 people who passed were all very excited. They all wondered if they were dreaming. Even so, they still managed to pass successfully. As time passed, it was rather difficult to reach the summit. Some were still dozens of steps away from reaching the summit, but they ended in failure. They were bounced off from high places and had to start from the beginning. It was not like before, where several people could reach the summit. It was like the beginning of the highest level of difficulty. In fact, the difficulty did not change. It was just that their standards were still lacking a little to reach the summit. Finally, after 3 months, Yi Tianyan waved his hand, and the steps quickly dimmed. The divine light on them disappeared, and they returned to their original state. Everything returned to normal. At the same time, they did not feel any pressure at all, nor did they feel any energy coming up from beneath their feet. This meant that the trial was over. They had not succeeded in reaching the summit. The trial is over. There are 4 people who have been selected. They are Xian Chunlan, Hua Yuanlong, Jian Miaozhen, and Tan Tiankong. Among them, Yi Sixue is not considered my disciple. Everyone knows the reason. Yi Tianyan smiled and announced the final results. After hearing this, everyone started cheering. Some were envious, while others were jealous. In the end, there were only 5 people who could reach the top. 4 of them could become Yi Tianyun's disciples. Among the 4, 2 of them had average talents, and they were the kind that people talked about every day. They were Tan Tiankong and Jian Miaozhen. Even if the 2 of them were a pair, the talent they displayed was relatively poor. It took a lot of hard work to climb to this level of cultivation. It was really difficult. Most of the people of the same age had cultivation levels that surpassed them. This was the most painful part. When their names were called, all 4 of them shed tears. Perhaps the other 2 were quite talented, but to be chosen as a disciple, Zhang Xian was extremely touched. He felt that his efforts had not been in vain. The rest of the elders and god generals began to select the disciples they had chosen. They had their eyes on someone long ago, so they quickly picked them out. This was probably the first time such a grand disciple recruitment event had ever been held. They all succeeded in finding disciples that they were satisfied with, and in a short while, hundreds or even thousands of people were chosen. However, only a small group of people were selected to be personal disciples. However, it didn't mean that the people who were ranked below 1,000 would not be selected. Some of them were still selected to become disciples of various areas. For example, inner disciples, core disciples, and so on. As long as they met the criteria, they could choose to enter. However, compared to the number of cultivators, there was still a big gap. There were billions of people, but in the end, it was estimated that no more than 100,000 people were selected. This ratio was really amazing. Those who were not selected were indeed very disappointed, but they also gained a lot this time. Not only did they see Itianyun, but they also improved their cultivation, which was a very good ending. When everyone felt very satisfied, someone stood up. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we are not convinced. Yes, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we are not convinced. A group of people came out, and their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Moreover, the number of people in this group was not small. There were tens of thousands of people in a random list. Originally, there were a small number of people who were dissatisfied, but they probably resonated with them and came out one after another. After the rest of the elders saw this, they were very dissatisfied, and when they wanted to say something to let them go back, Itianyun reached out his hand and signaled them not to speak. What is there to be dissatisfied about? Itianyun said indifferently, Xian Chunlan and Hua Yuanlong are both amazing talents, and their usual performance is very good. We are very dissatisfied that they can reach the top, but why can Tan Tiankong and Jian Miaozhen successfully reach the top? We are not convinced about this. The most important thing is that the content of this assessment is to climb the stairs. We can all feel the mystery, but everything is about fighting. We didn't show our strength here, so we are very dissatisfied. They had always been convinced by whoever had the strongest battle prowess. But now, they didn't need to fight, they just climbed the stairs, and they could become Itianyun's disciple. So, of course, they were not convinced. The main reason was that their usual performance was too mediocre, and there were no highlights. Xian Chunlan and Hua Yuanlong were usually amazing, so they didn't need to compete to know that they were not weak. So they agreed that they had such achievements. It's normal for you to have this kind of thinking. Itianyun didn't feel angry at all. When he set up this assessment, previously, he knew that there would be people who would be puzzled. How could one be selected as a disciple by climbing the stairs? In the past, the selection of disciples was mainly based on fighting. Whoever could win, in the end, could become a disciple. It was simple and crude, and the selection was often very accurate. After all, how could they be weak after killing their way out of so many people? On this flight of stairs, any rich combat experience was meaningless. All kinds of martial arts or abilities were meaningless here. Maybe if they wanted to go up, they needed perseverance, and they also needed to break the illusion, but to them, it was still not enough. The strongest fist was the hard truth. I'll give you a few simple pointers on the principle. Their usual performance is not good, mainly because their potential has not been stimulated. If you want them to show their outstanding strength, the usual method won't work for them. Itianyun said indifferently, Later, I'll help them improve a little, and then I'll show you my true strength. At that time, you will know what the gap is. There are no truly useless people, only wrong methods. Chapter 1535. Immediately, Itianyun took Tan Tiankong and Jian Miaozhen away, and after a few days, he brought them back. When they came back, they were the center of attention, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. They wanted to see if there was any change in them. Since Itianyun took them away, They must have undergone secret special training. Maybe they had a breakthrough in their cultivation. In fact, there was no change at all. Their cultivation level was still the same. Tan Tiankong was still in core condensation stage, and Jian Yaojin was still in spirit king stage. Not to mention their cultivation level. They didn't change at all. Whether it was their equipment or temperament, it felt like they just went out for a walk and then came back. There was no difference. Everyone looked at each other, and they didn't know what was going on. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, do you really want to do this? Their attitude is too rude. The elder next to him was very dissatisfied with this group of disciples who questioned Yi Tianyun's way of doing things. How can he let them criticize him? Was Yi Tianyun's approach wrong all along? The elder didn't have such a thought. Or maybe it's a matter of realm. They all can see what kind of disciple Yi Tianyun chose. They had a deeper understanding, and they felt that the disciples in this area had great potential. Some disciples were indeed poor, but with strong perseverance, given more time, they could still become a very strong expert. In the end, this was to strive for stability, not to soar to the sky. This was the type of disciple that Yi Tianyun chose. He didn't want to soar to the sky. He just wanted to be stable and steady. Some disciples became more arrogant as they grew, and it was very likely that they would limit their own development. There is no need to say more about this matter. Your realm is different, and your views are different. Now that there are so many people watching, if you don't show your level, you won't be able to convince the public. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, I am not a real god, and I can't make everyone absolutely trust me, especially this kind of special people. They were quite obedient to Yi Tianyun's orders, and even if he asked them to die, they wouldn't hesitate. They worshipped him very much, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, it did not mean that everyone could achieve absolute trust. Especially when something that they could not understand appeared, they would have some doubts. Of course, putting aside these suspicions, it wasn't a problem for them to fight with all their might. After all, the two of them were of different types. They had to be completely resolved. Shortly after, Yi Tianyun looked at them and said, I've already told them to get ready. Since you guys like to fight, then let's focus on fighting. I believe everyone can see that Tan Tiankong's cultivation is at the 5th level of core condensation, which belongs to the middle level. As for the opponents, as long as they are below the core condensation stage, they can challenge us without any restrictions. At the end of the day, it's just a battle of a higher level. As long as your cultivation is not higher than core condensation stage, you can fight on the stage. As long as you defeat him, you can become my direct disciple. After Yi Tianyun made the announcement, the crowd was in an uproar. It was one thing to fight someone of a higher cultivation level, but the injury on his leg hadn't even recovered yet, and he could still fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Climbing stairs was not a competition. The two were different. His legs were not nimble when climbing stairs, so he could take it slow. But could he take it slow in a fight? If he was half a beat slower, he would immediately die. However, Yi Tianyun's words really stimulated them. As long as they defeated Tan Tiankong, they could become Yi Tianyun's direct disciple. How could they not be excited? This time, they finally felt balanced in their hearts. As long as they defeated Tan Tiankong, they could have the opportunity to become Yi Tianyun's disciple. Immediately, Tan Tiankong jumped down and landed on the stage. Holding a long stick in his hand, he looked at the crowd coldly and said, "Who's first?" Many of the cultivators below immediately reacted and quickly jumped up and said, "I'll go first." The one who came up was a 7th level of core condensation stage, disciple. After he went up, the disciples below were filled with regret. They didn't expect that they would be half a beat slower. It's over. This kid is going to get it. Alas, such a good spot. It's gone. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. They hesitated for half a beat before they were snatched by someone else. Now, the disciple position was going to be handed over to someone else. They all felt that Tan Tian Kong would lose without a doubt. His leg injury is still there, his cultivation hasn't improved, and his equipment hasn't changed. Although it's a bit unfair, but in order to become Yi Tianyun's disciple, they are ready to go all out. As the two of them confronted each other, Tan Tiankong's opponent looked at him and said with a smile, "Brother Tan, please advise me, but my cultivation is higher than yours. I can let you attack first." "No need. I'll defend the ring. You attack." Tan Tiankong's expression was indifferent, indicating his opponent to attack first. His opponent was startled and immediately smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be polite." He definitely won't be polite. He must win. How can he lose? Immediately, he pulled out his sword and fiercely attacked. His sword technique was like a flower, rolling up several sword flowers in the air and directly attacked Tan Tiankong. He didn't aim at Tan Tiankong's foot injury. It's a very direct attack. Tan Tiankong didn't move. When the attack was about to hit him, suddenly his other normal foot moved to the side and very flexibly dodged to the side and fiercely smashed his long stick. Bang! The opponent was directly sent flying by the rod and rolled out of the battling platform. The originally noisy noise suddenly turned into a deathly silence. They saw that Tan Tiankong was very agile. Even if he was on one foot, he could still be so agile. The degree of agility far exceeded their usual performance. This caused them to be stunned. They thought that he would dodge slowly, or it would be inconvenient for him to dodge. Who would have thought that he would be so nimble? The injured foot didn't move at all and completely exploded with one foot. "Not bad, not bad." Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. He has an injury on one foot and is not nimble enough, so he will put all his strength into his other foot and at the same time constantly hone his fighting with one foot. The degree of agility is definitely not inferior to that of a normal foot. Shi Shuayun, who was at the side, nodded. The more flaws there were, the more astonishing the degree of effort. Others had two normal feet, but he only had one, so he constantly honed his one foot, how to become nimble, how to dodge. This kind of effort was undoubtedly even greater, and the reward was even less. But he did it, and was even able to kill his opponent in one move. I've succeeded. Tan Tiankong gripped his long rod tightly and let out a long roar towards the sky. He had never fought with others, saying that his opponent didn't have the qualifications, was actually because he didn't have confidence in himself. Chapter 1536. Tan Tiankong's performance made them stunned. They didn't expect him to have such a fighting style. The flexibility of his body is far beyond their imagination. Next, Tan Tiankong was in high spirits and motioned the next person to come up to fight. Then the next person immediately jumped up. This time his cultivation level is a little higher, 8th level core condensation, 3 levels higher than him. You are quite flexible. It's true that people can't react for a while, but this is the end. When they knew Tan Tiankong's situation, they immediately did not dare to be negligent. At the same time, they will not be attacked by him. Don't talk nonsense, attack. Tan Tiankong is still clenching the long stick, motioning the opponent to attack. Well, as you wish. He doesn't care about anything, since Tan Tiankong said, so he will not be polite. Then he waved his long sword to attack. This time, compared to the previous cultivator, he is a bit more vigilant. He is staring at Tan Tiankong's movement. He doesn't believe that his normal feet can't be compared to someone with only one foot. Xiu xiu xiu. Under the fierce attack, Tan Tiankong constantly dodged, no matter how fast the opponent is. He can easily avoid it. Then he waved the long stick to counterattack. The continuous fierce attack forced the opponent to retreat a few steps. Bang! Under the long stick attack, the opponent was bounced back a step. Tan Tiankong's foot is not very agile, slammed on the ground, and stabbed in a straight line. Boom! The opponent was hit by this long stick, directly flew out, and rolled out of the battle stage. He once again showed a perfect performance, perfect defense, and perfect flexibility. The other foot is not very agile, although he can't run at will, but when he steps on the ground, he still has a certain explosive power. This is something they didn't think of. They all thought that he can only rely on one foot to dodge, who can think that he can also attack. After winning again, everyone was shocked. He won 2 games in a row, and it's the type of crushing. This is far beyond their expectations. It is simply unimaginable. 1 foot, can he be so powerful? This is our child. Our child is too powerful. Tan Tiankong's parents cheered. They were a little worried, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. Tan Tiankong's performance was absolutely beyond their expectations. This time, many people had a whole new level of respect for Tan Tiankong. Who would have thought that his performance would be so shocking? He had thought that he would be defeated in the first match. Who would have thought that he would win 2 matches in a row, and with such ease? Next, Tan Tiankong looked at them, his gaze extremely firm. Soon, a challenger jumped on the stage. His cultivation level was higher than the previous challenger. He was at level 9 core condensation stage. His cultivation kept stacking up, getting higher and higher. It wasn't easy to fight someone of a higher cultivation level than him in the first place. Now that his legs weren't nimble enough, how could he continue to win? The answer was certain. In the end, Tan Tiankong still won. There was no gorgeous technique, just a very normal martial art and a very flexible movement technique. Just like that, he won this round. Following that, he continued to fight a few more rounds. Tan Tiankong won all of them perfectly. Sometimes, when he thought he was going to lose, Tan Tiankong still won. In the end, he won 10 matches in a row. In each match, his opponent was at least at the 5th level of core condensation, and the highest level was at the peak of core condensation. Even though he was able to fight against someone of a higher cultivation level, he still won. The key was that Tan Tiankong did not rest and fought 10 consecutive battles. However, he wasn't made of iron, and he still got tired. He was already sweating profusely, and the sweat flowed down his feet all over the ground, which looked very exaggerated. Tan Tiankong gasped for breath. He took a break for the time being, and he didn't dare to say the next one directly. At this time, the audience was shocked, and they didn't know what to say. Tan Tiankong's performance was really heaven-defying. If he won once or twice, it could be considered as a victory with skills, but now he won so many matches in a row, which represented his amazing strength. This kid's foundation is too strong, and his physical strength is even more amazing, far beyond his peers. Yes, his foundation is too solid. His cultivation level may be lower than some of his peers, but his foundation is very solid. Even if he faces his peers, he can still win. No wonder the heavenly cloud's great emperor is not afraid. With this foundation, in the future, if he uses the right method to cultivate, won't he advance by leaps and bounds? Foundation is very important, and only with a solid foundation can one soar to the sky. Without a good foundation, it will be easy to collapse in the end. Those with strong cultivation level naturally know, and those with weak cultivation level can't see it. But even if they tried their best to explain, it would be meaningless. In the eyes of most cultivators, they can't wait to break through to a higher level tomorrow. So how could they honestly lay a solid foundation? Tan Tiankong's foundation shocked everyone. Fighting above cultivation level is not a dream, but a reality. Those who originally looked down on Tan Tiankong were now shocked. They thought that bringing Tan Tiankong would be a burden, but now it seems that when there is a real problem, they will become a burden. Next, after a short break, Tan Tiankong signaled them to continue to fight. Then another cultivator went up to challenge, and needless to say, Tan Tiankong won. After winning several more matches in a row, he almost collapsed again. After winning so many matches in a row, his cultivation level is not weak, and his overall strength is not bad, but he can still show such amazing strength. After a little rest, when Tan Tiankong wanted to challenge again, Yi Tianyan raised his hand and said in a deep voice, "There is no need to fight. I believe everyone has seen Tan Tiankong's level, and you all know it in your heart. If we continue to fight, it will not make much sense." We are convinced of this. They all admitted that although there are still many people who haven't challenged, but they think that their strength is not as good as the previous losers. In that case, how can they not agree? Well, Tan Tiankong, come back and rest. Jian Miaozhen, come and defend the ring. Yi Tianyun, signal Jian Miaozhen to go to the ring. Yes, Jian Miaozhen held a long sword in her hand and flew to the ring. Jian Miaozhen's appearance is ordinary, cultivation is ordinary, talent is ordinary, everything is so ordinary. The cultivation of the same age as her has already reached the Saint King stage, or even the Star Monarch stage. But her cultivation is at the Spirit King stage. It is really too slow. It is simply at the bottom level. But she succeeded, standing out among so many people, which made many people feel incredible. Old rules. Anyone below the Spirit King stage can challenge. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, indicating that they can continue to fight. Chapter 1537. Jian Miaozhen looked very ordinary, and many of the cultivators in the arena felt that they could win against her, but none of them knew what she was capable of, so they weren't afraid of her. Immediately, a cultivator at the 5th layer of Spirit King stage rushed onto the stage. Jian Miaozhen's cultivation was only at the 3rd layer of Spirit King stage, so she wasn't that strong. Everyone looked at her from top to bottom, but they couldn't see any advantage in her. She wasn't like Tan Tiankong, whose legs and feet were weak, but he still practiced hard to train his legs. "I hope you don't mind if I use too much strength," the cultivator, who came onto the stage, said with an apologetic smile. In his opinion, Jian Miaozhen was bound to lose, and it would only take a few moves at most. "Go ahead, I won't mind," Jian Miaozhen said with an indifferent expression. Unfortunately, she wasn't a beauty, so she didn't look like a cold beauty. "Then I won't be polite." Naturally, the opponent would not be courteous. He immediately launched an all-out attack without holding anything back. After witnessing Tan Tiankong's strength, even if he thought that he could win, he couldn't take it lightly. If he lost, he would really miss the opportunity, and he didn't want to waste this opportunity. After all, this was the only chance for him to become Yi Tianyan's disciple, so he couldn't afford to lose. But just as he rushed forward, Jian Miaozhen looked at him indifferently, and the opponent directly knelt on the ground. Then she flew over and kicked the opponent away. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't know what happened, but the opponent lost just like that. Suddenly, the opponent fell to the ground, and they didn't know what happened. "What's going on? Is that guy possessed?" "No, I think he was too excited, and he thought that he would win, but who knew that he would fall to the ground? Isn't this too absurd? He's just like a fool." They all felt that it was unbelievable, and they didn't know what happened, but it was already over. Next, Jian Miaozhen said with an indifferent expression, as if nothing happened, "I'll go next." Soon, someone reacted and quickly jumped onto the stage, and his expression became extremely cautious. He looked at Jian Miaozhen from top to bottom, but he couldn't figure out anything. "Miss Jian, I'm sorry." After watching for a short while, he immediately launched an attack. His swift and fierce attack was even stronger than before. However, the result was the same. He had only just charged forward when he fell to his knees. In the end, Jian Miaozhen sent him flying with a kick, ending the duel. What's going on? It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion type. It's a mental attack. As long as you look into her eyes, you'll fall for it immediately. Now that I think about it, some mental attacks have this effect. I didn't expect her to have such a trick up her sleeve. They immediately came to their senses. It wasn't that their opponents had gone crazy. It was Jian Miaozhen's familiarity with mental attacks that caused them to lose before they could even get close to her. Let me do it. I'm not afraid of mental attacks. Soon, more cultivators came up. Some of them had strong resistance in this aspect and could resist mental attacks. But the result didn't change. They still looked at each other and were defeated. Don't look at her eyes. As long as you don't make eye contact with her, you'll be fine. Following that, the next cultivator indeed didn't make eye contact with her. But the result was the same. He was still knocked out by her terrifying mental attack and easily defeated. Next, Jian Miaozhen's expression was still calm. She didn't look happy or sad. Everything was so calm. This time, they were all dumbfounded. One would fall for it, even if they didn't look at each other. Even so, the challengers were still endless, but the result was the same. No matter how many came, they would lose. Not many could touch her, not even the corner of her clothes. The heaven-defying mental attack made them all dumbfounded. How were they supposed to fight? Indeed, there was no way to fight at all. They were completely crushed compared to Tan Tiankong. This person was even more domineering. He didn't even get within 10 meters of her and had already lost completely. This time, no one dared to go up. Even before Yi Tianyan announced that there was no need to continue the duel, no one dared to go up, because dozens of people went up consecutively and were all instantly defeated. So who dared to go up? They would be cannon fodder if they went up. They couldn't afford to lose face. Next, when Jian Miaozhen saw that no one came up, she said indifferently, "But now, no one dared to come up." They looked at each other and stayed down. It seems that no one wants to come up and challenge her. Is everyone convinced of her strength? Yi Tianyan said with a smile. Jian Miaozhen's performance didn't exceed his expectations. She was fast, accurate, and ruthless. She easily defeated the same level of existence. Because Jian Miaozhen's mental power in this aspect was really far beyond others. It was simply heaven-defying. If they wanted to compete with her, they would have to be at the same level as Zhu Lingyun. To put it bluntly, she was a super genius, a genius of mental power. We lost, but Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, didn't you take them to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time? It's not fair. They still felt a little unconvinced. Although they won, they still felt a little upset. Yi Tianyan took them for a few days. He must have taught them something. Otherwise, how could there be such a change? Tan Tiankong, tell them about the situation in the past few days. Yi Tianyan said, in the past few days, the area that Heavenly Cloud's great emperor took me to was actually a very ordinary seclusion place. He told me to meditate for a few days and consolidate the results of these days, and then came out to compete. Tan Tiankong said indifferently, if I lied, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Tan Tiankong's words shocked them. Was it that simple? But the truth was that simple. Yi Tianyan really didn't teach him anything. He just told him to meditate in seclusion. It was too noisy here, which was not conducive to seclusion, so naturally he took him away. Jian Miaozhen, tell us about your situation. Yi Tianyan said, Jian Miaozhen stood up and said in a calm tone, "I was also taken to seclusion, but Heavenly Cloud's great emperor taught me a spiritual attack method. This spiritual attack method is actually the spiritual cultivation method that Saintess Milady opened to the public. As long as you have a certain amount of contribution points, you can exchange for it. Other than that, there is nothing else." Everyone was shocked. Jian Miaozhen's spiritual cultivation method was, to put it bluntly, it could be exchanged as long as you have a certain amount of contribution points. Chapter 1538. I didn't specifically teach them anything, nor did I change anything. I also didn't provide any special martial arts or special treasures. Only Jian Miaozhen, I gave some pointers to let her cultivate the spiritual method. Originally, this cultivation method was the most suitable for her, who knew that she would always walk the wrong path, leading to misunderstandings. Her spiritual power is extremely shocking, like an unopened treasure trove. With a little bit of manipulation, she can erupt with endless power. Tianyun looked at them and said in a deep voice, "A person with an amazing foundation and extraordinary perseverance can reach the top. He has paid a much higher price than you all. You have been comfortable here for too long, leading to this situation." The other is a cultivation mistake, which means that the cultivation method is very important, and the guide is even more important. I don't need to do anything, just give some pointers, and she can perform at her level. The two of them have a common characteristic, which is that their willpower is strong enough and their spiritual power is amazing. That's the one I want. It can be said that those who can climb to the top have good spiritual power, which means that their soul is not bad. The strength of the soul is very important. In the future, it can ensure that it is difficult for you to go berserk, and you can easily resist the inner demons of the heavenly tribulation. If the foundation is not solid, it is easy to fail. If the soul is too weak, it is easy to go berserk. These 2 points are the main points of my test. To me, nothing is more important than these 2 points. No matter how strong you are in battle, a little heavenly tribulation will turn you into ashes. If your cultivation is not solid enough, even if you break through several levels, you will still be abused. Tianyun tried his best to convince them. This was his final goal, to let them know what the real test was. Indeed, actual combat was very important. But before actual combat, if they didn't even have this, the battle would definitely be lost. For example, those who were proud of their cultivation in front of a spiritual attack could not withstand a single blow. For a moment, everyone was silent, especially those who were against him. The silence was terrifying. Thinking about how they doubted Tianyun's idea, they were really ashamed. Thinking about it carefully, if they could successfully refute, they would have long been great emperors and not Tianyun, the real great emperor. Tan Tiankong, you go and fight with Jian Miaozhen. Just simply feel the spiritual impact. Tianyun signaled Tan Tiankong to go down and perform. Yes, Tan Tiankong quickly jumped down and came in front of Jian Miaozhen. He cupped his hands, indicating that they could start. Jian Miaozhen didn't waste any time. Instead, her eyes flashed as waves of formless spiritual energy smashed into Tan Tiankong's head. After Tan Tiankong was bombarded once, he took a few steps back. His forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. At the same time, he shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of fainting. Again, Tan Tiankong said in a deep voice. Jian Miaozhen nodded and once again launched a spiritual attack, repelling Tan Tiankong a few steps back. Tan Tiankong looked very uncomfortable, but he did not faint. Instead, he was still able to persevere. In the case of dealing with Spirit King stage experts, Jian Miaozhen could kill them in one hit, but against Tan Tiankong, she couldn't even stun him twice in a row. Tianyun asked the 2 of them to fight because he wanted to verify what he said before. Those who can climb to the top must have two abilities. It's not that Tan Tiankong can cultivate spiritual attack, but like Jian Miaojin, everyone's cultivation method is different. And Tan Tiankong is indeed not suitable to cultivate spiritual attack technique. After seeing this scene, the Spirit King stage experts felt ashamed. They were at the Spirit King stage, but they couldn't even defeat a core condensation cultivator. With just a casual move, they were immediately convinced and didn't dare to ask any more questions. That's about it. You two can go back and rest. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. He has explained everything. As for the other two disciples, they don't need to prove anything. Since they are better than the two of them, what else do they need to prove? Moreover, their reputation is excellent, so they don't need to prove anything. I don't know who else has an opinion. I am very willing to listen to everyone's opinions. Not only can you solve your doubts, but you can also improve our ideas. Yi Tianyan is very generous, so it's normal to have different doubts. There are so many people, it's impossible for them to have the same idea. We were too ignorant to ask such a stupid question. We shouldn't have questioned the heavenly cloud's great emperor's ideas. One by one, they fell to the ground and felt extremely ashamed of their actions. You are young and full of confidence, so it's normal for you to have such thoughts. This is just one of the stages, and there is no problem. You must learn to not be arrogant and impatient in order to move forward steadily. Yi Tianyan said. All the cultivators in the three realms divine domain saw this scene, and their worship towards Yi Tianyan skyrocketed. So many cultivators have never seen Yi Tianyan before, but now they finally see him. He didn't show his skills, but his teaching ability is extremely amazing. The selected disciples are extremely strong, and they are not mediocre. Originally, they seemed to be ordinary or at the bottom of the list, but with a little guidance, they found that the method was wrong. Such a mentor is what they need. The disciple selection trial had finally come to an end. After that, they all left one after another, returning to their own places to properly cultivate. Many people are still reluctant to leave, and some want to continue to climb this divine ladder and continue to comprehend themselves. Here is an announcement. This divine ladder will always exist, and it will be held once every 50 years. Of course, I may not come to host it myself, but the elders and divine generals will continue to choose disciples. Therefore, if you want to continue the trial, cultivate well, and you can climb higher. After the news was announced, it immediately attracted a burst of cheers. They thought that it would only be held once, but it seems that it will continue. How can they not be excited? Next time, I must participate, no matter what. I regret it. Why didn't I participate? It turns out that what is needed is not necessarily talent. The Heavenly Cloud's great emperor is indeed the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. It seems that I have been inferior for too long. One by one, those who didn't participate regretted it. However, they have already decided to participate next time. Even if Yi Tianyan doesn't personally choose disciples, it will still be a huge selection of disciples. Chapter 1539. The disciple selection trial was finally over. Yi Tianyan asked the 4 disciples to come in front of him, while Yi Sishue giggled at the side. Daddy, am I not considered your disciple? Yi Sishue asked with a smile. Nope. Yi Tianyan waved his hand and said snappily, What do you want that I won't give? You still need to be my disciple. Yi Sishue smiled sweetly and said, Hee, then I'll go out to play with sister, Tsue. You guys have to work hard and don't let Daddy down. After saying that, she went out to play with Tsue. After Tsue was released, she often played with Yi Sishue. She did not look like the manager of the herb garden at all. After Yi Sishue left, Yi Tianyan shook his head helplessly. He looked at the 4 disciples sitting in front of him, each more serious than the last. In fact, their hearts were filled with incomparable pressure. To be able to become Yi Tianyun's disciple was naturally an honor, but at the same time, the pressure was also great. Especially what Isishue said just now, it was to not let them down. They were afraid that they would let Yi Tianyun down. Yi Tianyun had always been a legendary existence. It would not be easy to catch up to him. The goal that he had set would not be simple either. Don't be so nervous. Just relax. Yi Tianyun signaled them not to be too nervous. He knew what these disciples were thinking, so he naturally knew how to deal with it. Although that was the case, they did not dare to completely relax. They still maintained a straight face and were extremely serious. Yi Tianyun knew that it was not easy to change the situation. He said with a faint smile, "Master's requirements for you guys are not too high. I'm not saying that you guys have to reach a certain level. I've never said that. You guys have to follow your own heart to cultivate your own Tao. I'm just here to assist you, to help you organize a little. I believe you guys know that Master rarely stays here, so I won't be guiding you guys all the time. However, I will arrange for other people. If you have any doubts, you can go and ask them. Now, I'll teach you what I should teach you first." Following this, Yi Tianyun handed them various treasures and martial arts that were suitable for them. Indeed, Yi Tianyun didn't have much time to stay here and give pointers. Even his own daughter couldn't enjoy such treatment, let alone them. Now that he was a little free, he would choose disciples to train. After a while, he would leave. After receiving these martial arts, they casually sensed them and were shocked by their contents. Compared to what Xiao Chun had learned, it was much stronger. This included the cultivation method of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch. Both of your cultivations have already reached the Earth Monarch realm. You've both heard of the 9 refinements Earth Monarch, but you've never heard of the 10 refinements Earth Monarch, right? Yi Tianyun smiled faintly, and his aura surged. 10 heavenly Tao chains appeared behind him. The immense pressure made the 2 of them want to kneel, but it only lasted for an instant before disappearing without a trace. The 2 of them were stunned. All along, they had only heard of Earth Monarch Julian. It was recorded in the books. Yi Tianyun's situation was beyond their imagination. Yes, they seemed to have turned into wood, and their expressions were dull. Tan Tiankong and the others hadn't cultivated to the Earth Monarch realm, so they didn't know the situation. They weren't that shocked and could only feel that it was very strong. I've already listed out the detailed method for you. It's very difficult to break through, but since you can pass my trial, it's all suitable for cultivation. It's just that the difficulty is still very high. If you want to break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch realm, inform me first and let me come back to protect you. Yi Tianyun flicked his hand, and 2 jade pendants landed in their hands. He said solemnly, "When you want to break through, crush this jade pendant. When I come back, I'll evaluate it and decide if you can break through." "Yes, Master." The 2 of them were extremely excited. It seemed that Yi Tianyun still valued them very much. He would even come back to protect them personally. This matter was very important. Yi Tianyun would definitely come back to protect them personally. Not only could the 2 of them break through to the 10 refinements Earth Monarch realm, even Tan Tiankong, and the others could break through. When he set up this divine staircase, he listed the condition of physique. If they wanted to successfully ascend to the top, the condition of their physique definitely had to meet the standard. However, this standard wasn't very strict. If they met a little, they would be selected. As for the 2 of you, your starting point is relatively low, and you're much worse than your peers. But don't be discouraged. You've already proven yourselves. I don't need to say more about this. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, "The two of you must not be arrogant or rash. Follow the previous pace. There's no need to rush your cultivation. I don't want you to mess up your pace." "Yes, master." The two of them nodded heavily. They naturally knew what to do. Immediately after, Yi Tianyun flicked his hand, and a ray of light landed on Tan Tiankong's foot. Following that, the injury healed, and there was no problem at all. This kind of injury, to Yi Tianyun, could be healed with a flick of his hand. It wasn't difficult at all. "Thank you, master." After Tan Tiankong felt that the injury on his foot was healed, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yi Tianyun 3 times. Yi Tianyun nodded and said, "That's about all I've done for you. Every time I return, I'll give you some pointers. At the same time, I'll check on your cultivation. I won't kick you out if your progress is too poor. No matter how fast you cultivate, it's your own business. I only need you to do one thing, and that is to be loyal to the 3 realms. That's enough." This was the focus of Yi Tianyun's training of his disciples. If one day he was no longer here, or if he was trapped somewhere for many years, the 3 of them would be especially important. They could become the generals that guarded the 4 directions. That's for sure. They patted their chests, and their expressions were full of seriousness. "We will always be loyal to the 3 realms, loyal to Master. We will never betray them." This was their hometown, and they were instilled with Yi Tianyun's deeds since they were young. It had always been to protect the sect, and now it was to protect the 3 realms. Everything was so great, and they also wanted to continue this greatness. Yi Tianyun nodded with satisfaction. After giving some instructions, it was almost time to leave. After a warm moment with Shi Shuyan, he simply said a few words and headed to the Heaven Cultivation God Realm. Previously, the great Devis said that after his cultivation broke through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, he would take him to a special area to strengthen him. Now that he had broken through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm, and the matters here were also done, it was time to go to the Heaven Cultivation God Realm and find the great Devis. Chapter 1540. Yi Tianyun easily arrived at the periphery of the Heaven Cultivating God territory through the teleportation divine stone. He would not directly teleport to the Heaven Cultivating God territory. That would definitely be detected. When he arrived outside the passageway, the guards immediately intercepted him. Yi Tianyun simply took out a token, extended it forward, and they immediately let him in. Without saying too much, he easily entered. With this token, he was equivalent to a person in the Heaven Cultivating God territory, so he could naturally enter easily. "Look, that's the disciple of the Great Elder. I heard that he was a divine lord before, but now he has broken through to Heavenly Venerable. This speed is really fast. How long has it been? And he has already broken through to Heavenly Venerable. Maybe he was already about to break through, and just happened to break through during this period of time. Who cares? With the protection of the Great Elder, his future is limitless. The key is that he can get so many benefits without any credit. I really can't accept it. Yeah, it's really enviable. Why don't we have such treatment and can only guard the door here?" A group of guards looked at Yi Tianyun's back as he left, each and every one of them indignant, feeling that it was really unfair. The great Devis had just returned, and he became the Great Elder. The power he controlled was not low, and the resources he controlled were naturally not little. As the disciple of the great Devis, how could he lack resources? With a wave of his hand, he could get a large number of resources. The great Devis was the son of the Heaven Cultivating Domain Lord. Just thinking about it was scary. Yi Tianyun went directly to the temple where the great Devis was. Under the guidance of the guards, he came to the study room of the great Devis and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." The deep voice of the great Devis came from inside. After Eteonion walked in, he said respectfully, "Master, disciple is here." The great Devis looked up, and after sizing him up, he smiled and said, "Your cultivation broke through to heavenly venerable so quickly. It's really unexpected. But the most important thing is that you are a 10 refining earth monarch. This is something that Master never thought about." It wasn't strange for the great Devis to know about this matter. It was definitely Heavenly Venerable Sword C, and the others who came over to tell him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know. This can be considered a fluke. This disciple has been trying to force a breakthrough, but I didn't expect that I would actually succeed. The difficulty of it is truly unimaginable. If possible, I really don't want to cultivate the 10 refinements, Earth Monarch. Eteonion shook his head. These words were not spoken randomly. Back then, when he was trying to break through to the 10 refinements, Earth Lord, it was really quite difficult. Whatever crazy mode was useless. If not for his strong foundation, he would have died there. No matter what, you've set a precedent, letting people know that there really is a saying of the 10 refinements, Earth Monarch. Although it's very difficult, there are still people who keep trying. After all, it's a miracle. The great Devis closed the book in his hand and smiled. However, you can't expose your identity so easily. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you. I can only escape with you. The heavenly cultivation god realm was very strong, but it was not invincible. Under the encirclement of so many people, it was definitely difficult to protect him. That's for sure. Eteonion smiled. He didn't intend to expose it casually. Then he took out a book and handed it over. "Master, this is a little bit of my experience of cultivating the 10 refinements, Earth Lord. Cultivating the 10 refinements, Earth Lord, is extremely difficult. This is just one of the methods of reference. Even if you cultivate according to what I said, you might not succeed. Everyone's situation is different, so you can't overly follow what I said." What Eteonion gave out was indeed the cultivation method of the 10 refinements, Earth Lord. In fact, it was just a little bit of experience. For example, the attributes of the physique or some environmental support. These were all not big deal content. To others, this was extremely hidden content. To him, that was the most ordinary content. He was just a 10 refinements, Earth Lord. He had crazy mode, so nothing was as strong as this. In the future, if there were more 10 refinements, Earth Lords, it wouldn't affect him. He was the first to become a 10 refinements, Earth Lord. This was true. Moreover, even if he didn't say it out, there would be people who would slowly find it out in the future. It was just a matter of time. Right now, he simply gave the method to the great Devis. After all, they were all on the same side. It didn't matter if they found out. He was afraid that his opponents would find out. That would be the worst. The great Devis was excited. Although he was a master, he would never force his disciples to give him any treasures or martial arts. Now that Eteonion took the initiative to give it to him, it definitely made him excited. He definitely wanted to gain some insights and see how he had succeeded. However, he was too embarrassed to ask. Now, it was different. Eteonion took the initiative to give it to him, so he was excited. He immediately flipped through it and sighed. "Thank you, Teonion. You are my master. There is no need to thank me. It is nothing at all." Eteonion smiled. "You are too modest. If you give it to other forces, this experience is at least equivalent to an elder's position. It is also equivalent to many upper-level celestial venerable treasures." The great Devis said solemnly, "Anyway, I think it is nothing. Master, you can use it however you want." Eteonion said casually, "Yes, I will use it in the vast divine sect. I will not promote it here. The great Devis nodded. For this, I owe you a favor. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Isn't it normal for disciples to give offerings to their master? Eteonion was speechless. How could he owe him a favor? Others might think it is normal, but I don't think so. Especially such a precious experience. The great Devis smiled. It is settled. I have nothing to give you, so I can only say this. Master, didn't you say that you will bring me to a special area? Isn't that equivalent to a reward? Eteonion said, You can't mix them up. Both of them are different. The great Devis smiled. That is all for now. I will make some preparations and get ready to set off later. Then, the great Devis went to busy himself and asked Eteonion to wait here. Eteonion felt a little bored and went to wait outside the hall. Just as he stepped out and stood there for a short while, he heard a piercing sound. Isn't this the genius who won several battles in a row? Are you here to look for the great elder? At this time, a group of cultivators came over. The leader was a heavenly god expert, but he was not an elder. He was a deacon. Not all heavenly gods could become elders. The great Devis was an exception. Chapter 1541. Heavenly God Xiao Xing's brows furrowed, and he was enraged by the fact that Eteonion was ignoring him. Little brat, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the Grand Elder as your master? You have to follow the rules of the heavenly cultivation god realm, not the rules of the vast divine sect. Heavenly God Xiao Xing was enraged, and he pressed a hand down toward Eteonion. A burst of power appeared in the air before crushing down upon his head. Kneel. Heavenly God Xiao Xing was naturally very displeased by this. Regardless of what the rules were in the outside world, disobeying one's superior in the heavenly cultivation god realm was a grave sin. Eteonion straightened his body in the face of the surging pressure, and he unleashed his super heavenly venerate title to nullify a lot of the heavenly god's power. Furthermore, he was quite powerful, so this power posed no threat to him at all. Heavenly God Xiao Xing's expression darkened. He didn't think that his attack would have no effect on Eteonion. This was quite humiliating for him. Impudent, you dare to resist. Heavenly God Xiao Xing flared up with rage, and he unleashed a ferocious palm strike toward Eteonion. A cold expression appeared on Eteonion's face. He didn't think that Heavenly God Xiao Xing would dare to attack him. Heavenly Cultivation Star's palm came crashing down. If he was struck, he definitely wouldn't die, but he would definitely be severely wounded. Heavenly Cultivation Star's attack was quite vicious, and it was clear that he was enraged. Crazy damage mode, activate. Eteonion quickly activated his power, and his combat prowess soared drastically. His body disappeared on the spot in a flash, and he instantly teleported beside Heavenly God Xiao Xing before lashing out with a ferocious kick. Heavenly God Xiao Xing was sent flying before crashing violently into the nearby wall. Humph! Heavenly God Xiao Xing let loose a muffled groan, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips as he sustained some internal injuries. This kick was naturally not light, but it wasn't very powerful either. If Eteonion had unleashed his full power, he would definitely have been able to insta-kill Heavenly Cultivation Star, but he didn't do so. If he did that, he would definitely be held accountable, and he didn't want to put the great Devis in a difficult position. Since his opponent didn't intend to take his life, he wouldn't take his opponent's life either. Such a situation shocked the people around them. They didn't expect Heavenly Cultivation Star to be knocked flying. This was a heavenly venerate. Even if there was some prediction error, how could the prediction error be so big? An attack that even a heavenly god couldn't react to. Just how strong was it? You dare to resist? You're courting death." Heavenly God Xiu Xing slapped the ground with rage and sprang into the air. The power of a heavenly god erupted forth, instantly enshrouding the entire divine palace. Why can't I resist? My master cultivates the heavenly god realm, but I don't. Since I'm not a disciple of the heavenly god realm, why do I have to follow the rules here? Yi Tianyan had a cold expression on his face. They had never joined the heavenly god realm. They had only come last time to prove that the great Devis's method was correct. It was impossible for them to join the heavenly god realm. Besides, even the great Devis didn't plan on letting them join the heavenly god realm. They could just stay in the vast divine sect. Heavenly Cultivation Star's expression was terrifyingly dark. Even so, you still have to follow the rules here. It looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Grand Elder. He really was about to explode with rage. He was a heavenly god, yet he was sent flying by a heavenly venerate just like that. He would be utterly humiliated if word of this got out. He had to teach Yi Tianyan a lesson no matter what. Otherwise, he really would be humiliated. Just as he was about to teach Yi Tianyan a lesson, a low voice sounded beside him. "Who is it that wants to teach my disciple a lesson in my place?" The great Devis had already arrived at this moment, and he glowered at Heavenly Cultivation Star with a cold expression. Heavenly God Xiu Xing quickly withdrew his aura and didn't dare to act recklessly. However, he still spoke in a solemn voice. "Grand Elder, your disciple is disrespecting his superior. If you don't do something about it, he'll definitely attract trouble. I'm teaching him a lesson in your place so that the reputation of the heavenly god realm won't be tarnished. That's my business, and it has nothing to do with you. If there's nothing else, then please leave." The great Devis completely ignored him. "Humph, that's all I have to say." Heavenly Cultivation Star turned and left with his people. The great Devis's status was much higher than his, and if he didn't obey, then he would be disrespecting his superior. He was in the wrong, anyway. Yi Tianyan was a guest here, so why did he have to follow the rules here? Besides, he didn't do anything. All he did was not greet him. Who did Heavenly Cultivation Star think he was? After Heavenly Cultivation Star left, the great Devis turned to Yi Tianyan with a smile. "I only left for a short while, and something happened. I had no choice. I couldn't sit still, so I came out for a stroll. Who would have thought that I would encounter him?" Yi Tianyan shrugged. "It looks like Master's position here isn't stable yet. That's for sure. I've only been here for a short while, so if I haven't made any significant contributions, who would listen to me? I've really been away for too long." The great Devis smiled. "So be it. Let's not talk about this anymore. We can set off now." After that, Boundless Heaven God brought him away. Not long after they left, someone came out from the side, glanced at them for a moment, then turned and left. Most likely, he was going to report something to the higher-ups. The great Devis left the Heavenly Cultivation Divine Realm with Yi Tianyan and flew toward another divine realm on a spirit ship. Along the way, the great Devis explained, "The place I'm taking you to is actually quite simple. It's a heavenly god region. Since you've already broken through to the heavenly venerable stage, there won't be any danger." A heavenly god region? Yi Tianyan faltered slightly. Could it be a heavenly god historical site or something like that? More or less. Due to the instability of the space, it's not advisable to stay there for too long if your cultivation base is too low, so you have to break through to the heavenly venerable stage. When you get there, you just need to stroll around and cultivate for a while. There's still a lot of heavenly god power there. You should go there and experience it, the great Devis explained. "Isn't Master a heavenly god? Can't I just experience your heavenly god power?" Eteonyan was puzzled. That's not the same. That's the power of an ancient heavenly god. I often go there to comprehend something, and that's why I'm able to successfully break through. The great Devis smiled. Your senior brothers are all like this. I'll take them to this region to cultivate and comprehend in advance, to break through to the heavenly God stage. You have to start from the heavenly venerable stage. If you wait until later, you might have already gone down the wrong path. Chapter 1542. Under the guidance of the great Devis, they passed through several divine realms and many turbulent space flows before finally arriving near the heavenly God region. There are many turbulent space flows here. Did Master come here alone? Eteonyan looked around. There were many turbulent space flows here, much more than in the outside region. If a divine lord was sucked in, they would undoubtedly die. Unless they were some special divine lords, they would definitely die. No wonder the great Devis told them to break into the Empyrean realm. After breaking through to the Empyrean realm, the difficulty of coming here would be much lower. At the very least, they wouldn't die after being sucked in by the turbulent space flows. Of course, there were some turbulent space flows that didn't necessarily mean anything. They would just casually transfer people to other regions. These were considered lucky. Some would directly tear people apart and grind them to powder. It would be difficult for them to come back to life. Yes, back then I came here alone, so the danger level was quite high. The great Devis smiled. He looked ahead and said, "This place has basically been completely plundered, so there's no need to think about picking up any leftovers. There are only some auras left behind and some traces left behind by the ancient heavenly gods. If you meditate on them, you can still perceive many things." Eteonyan nodded. There were many ruins nearby, but they had definitely been plundered. Unless it was new or something that had appeared long ago, it would have been plundered countless times. In particular, the ruins of the heavenly gods were crazily plundered. Every brick had likely been dug up, and not a single detail had been missed. Thus, it was impossible to hope that one could make a fortune by picking up leftovers. Since everything had been dug up, what else could there be? The great Devis didn't bring him here to pick up leftovers, but to see the traces of battle and some insights left behind by the ancient heavenly gods. It's in this region. The great Devis brought Eteonyan out of the spirit ship. The place they chose was relatively central and also relatively safe. There were basically no turbulent space flows in this region, and it seemed very safe. Eteonyan looked around. This region was desolate, and there were dilapidated ruins everywhere. However, he could see many traces of battle. After staring for a while, he immediately felt a surging battle intent, as if he was brought back to the battle between god emperors. Apart from that, there were also some ancient ruins on the walls with many things carved into them. Some of them were things the ancient heavenly gods had comprehended in passing, and they could also be used as a reference. Eteonyan really needed this kind of comprehension. Indeed, he only needed experience points to level up, but there were many things that he needed to comprehend on his own in order to become stronger. For example, in the area of martial arts or in the area of the soul, many of them needed to be done personally. Just relying on experience was really not enough to improve anything. "Look, the place I brought you to," Boundless God said with a smile. "If you say it's useful, it's useful. But if you say it's useless, it's not particularly useful. So, if you want to use this to repay the favor, I'm not that thick-skinned. You'll have to stay here for a while. I'll come and get you after a while. If you want to leave, that's fine too. Just choose a place where the turbulent space flows are not chaotic." Eteonyan nodded. There weren't too many highlights here, but for him, it was still a lot of help. According to the great Devis, There was really no way to repay that favor. All right, I'll go back by myself when the time comes. Tianyun planned to take a detour here. If he wanted to go back, he could use a teleportation god stone to leave, which was much faster than riding a spirit ship. All right, there won't be any cultivators coming here. Even if there are, as long as you don't provoke them, you'll be fine. The great Devis exhorted a few words and then left. The great Devis's job was basically done. His goal was simple. Although it seemed shabby, he was able to break through to the heavenly god realm because of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Tianyun here in advance. After the great Devis left, Tianyun casually wandered around the heavenly god ancient site. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the power of the heavenly god. Compared to the power released by the current heavenly god, he felt that it was much thicker, as if they weren't on the same level. It was obviously the power of the heavenly god, but there was a difference between the early and late stages of the heavenly god's power. He didn't know how the heavenly god of that era cultivated to form such a strong power. Although Tianyun had experienced the memories of that battle, he didn't know the details of the process. However, judging from the ancient materials he had obtained from killing the heavenly gods, they were quite rare. If he used them to cultivate, he would be able to improve a lot. Immediately, he walked in front of one of the walls. After sensing it for a bit, he immediately discovered that it was a martial art. He didn't expect that there would be a heavenly god who would carve his martial art on the wall. If he hadn't been attacked, perhaps this martial art would have been sealed in a place where he could see it. Tianyun sized it up and scanned it with his appraisal eye. He immediately made a copy of the contents on it and analyzed it at the same time. Soon, after some analysis, Tianyun was stunned. This martial art is completely different from the current one. If I want to use it, I need to be at least at the level of 3 or 4 planets in order to fully display it. Tianyun was dumbfounded. It was extremely difficult for current cultivators to condense planets. It was as if they had been sealed. At most, they could condense 2 planets. 3 was already extremely difficult. Whether it was a heavenly venerate or a heavenly god, condensing 2 planets was already not bad. As for those with more than 3 planets, it was even more difficult. However, this martial art required 3 planets to get started. Without 3 planets, it was basically impossible to display its effects. The condensed planets can be the same. No wonder. After Tianyun continued to analyze, he discovered that it was possible to condense 3 planets of the same attribute at the same time. Tianyun couldn't condense the same planets. To be exact, he could still condense planets of the same level. However, he needed to reach a point of energy balance, which was a little difficult. The main reason was that he was too lazy to do so. 1 more similar planet was equivalent to having 1 more energy reserve planet. In the past, the powerhouses had condensed similar planets or multiple planets in order to display the true effects. Now, because the difficulty was too high, the martial arts they were learning were all weakened versions. So that's what happened. No wonder their energy is so thick. Tianyun had just arrived. After analyzing a set of ancient martial arts, he immediately understood what was going on. Chapter 1543. From the looks of it, there were probably quite a few 10 refinement Earth monarchs back. Then Tianyun frowned. The title he obtained was only the number 1 Earth monarch throughout the ages. In other words, it was only within the 10,000 eons. This meant that beyond the 10,000 eons, there would still be Earth lords of the 10 refinements. According to this cultivation method, there would definitely be 10 refinement Earth monarchs in the past, and there would definitely be quite a few of them. It wouldn't be like this era, where they couldn't even condense 2 planets. This made him feel very strange. Why wasn't this problem a long time ago, but now it had appeared? Could it be that something had changed? Even if the resources were scarce, it didn't mean that there were no resources. No matter what, they could nurture a few 10 refinement Earth monarchs. But now, apart from him, there was no one. This was really tragic. Could it be that something has changed? Itianyan frowned. He felt that he had to break through that limit to become a 10 refinement Earth monarch. Thinking back to the various difficulties back then, it was as if they had been sealed layer by layer, making it difficult for them to break through. Itianyan looked up at the sky. Perhaps it really wasn't a problem with the cultivation method, but something specific had changed. But who had the power to change the situation of an era? What was the meaning behind it? With this question in mind, Itianyan continued to explore the other heavenly god ancient sites. In the other heavenly god ancient sites, he could also find similar martial arts engraved on stone tablets. Some only had half of them left, and only a small portion of the content was visible. This didn't hinder Itianyan's investigation. Through the analysis of the appraisal, he could still find some clues. It was still the same situation as before. They all required multiple planets to cultivate. It was clear that many planets could be condensed at that time, but for some reason, they couldn't condense planets easily. These are really full of mysteries. Itianyan shook his head. He couldn't find the corresponding records here. It could only be said that there might be some inside information about the battle between the god emperors. When he continued to investigate, a wave of energy quickly surrounded the entire area, sealing off the surrounding space. Itianyan quickly stepped outside and discovered that there were 3 heavenly gods surrounding him. One of them looked very familiar. It was Heavenly Cultivation Star. Who would have thought that Heavenly Cultivation Star would chase them all the way here? Since he had come, there was no doubt that he wanted to kill him. Brat, let's see if you can survive this. A sinister expression appeared on heavenly god Xiuxing's face. Who would have thought that heavenly god Xiuxing would hold a grudge against him and even gather 2 other heavenly gods to surround him? Heavenly Cultivation Star, you summoned 2 heavenly gods for me. You sure have a high opinion of me. Itianyan's expression remained indifferent, and he was not fearful in the slightest. Looking closely at the other 2 heavenly gods, he discovered that these 2 heavenly gods did not cultivate the heavenly god realm, but were from other god realms. Indeed, he really thinks quite highly of you. Heavenly Cultivation Star chuckled coldly. It's just that I didn't think that the great Devis would leave so quickly. We were still a step too slow. Itianyan's expression darkened. It looked like the 3 of them were not here to kill him. Instead, they were here to deal with the great Devis. The heavenly cultivation god realm sure is rotten. Who would have thought that they would kill their own people and collude with powerful beings from other god realms? What a bunch of lackeys. Itianyan shook his head. He was glad that his master had left first. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to escape if he was intercepted here. You dare to call me a lackey? Heavenly Cultivation Star was enraged. Talking to Itianyan really did infuriate him to the point of vomiting blood. You're either a lackey or a traitor. What's the difference? Itianyan chuckled coldly. Heavenly Cultivation Star calmed his rage and stared at him as if he were looking at a dead man. So be it. What's the point of bickering with a junior? You can say whatever you want. This mouth of yours will disappear very soon. Your master will be here to accompany you very soon. It was quite clear that they had made up their minds to destroy the great Devis. As for what they were going to do, it was unclear. In particular, Itianyan didn't know who the mastermind behind all of this was. What do you want? "What did my master do to make you want to do this?" Tianyun asked. "There's no need for you to know that. Just be obedient and go to hell. You'll slowly find out the truth." Heavenly Cultivation Star signaled to his companions with his eyes, indicating that they were about to begin. The three heavenly gods immediately sprang into action. They stretched out their hands to seal off the space around Tianyun before quickly compressing it. If things continued like this, Tianyun would definitely be flattened. The other two heavenly gods didn't say anything, as if they were mutes. It could only be said that they had no interest in Tianyun. A heavenly venerate was nothing more than an ant to them, so they couldn't be bothered to say anything. However, this is the effect that Tianyun wanted. If he was careless, he would die. Immediately, Tianyun's figure flashed and disappeared from the place. The impregnable sealed space was like an open door, allowing him to leave and stay as he pleased. In the next moment, Tianyun appeared next to one of the heavenly gods. He waved the 5-dragon divine spear in his hand and stabbed it heavily. Roar! The 5 dragons pierced into the heavenly god's body, and before the other party could even scream, they directly detonated, completely blowing the heavenly god up. With the crazy damage mode and the stacking of skills, the power directly soared to the maximum. How could it not be a one-hit kill? Especially these heavenly gods. They didn't have any protection. They didn't even summon any heavenly venerate spirit treasures. Who would have thought that Tianyun would easily break through their blockade and directly kill them? Ding! Successfully killed heavenly god Jian. Reward: 6 million compressed EXP, 60,000 compressed crazy point, 40,000 compressed SBS. Obtained flowing cloud spirit treasure. Lower level heavenly venerate spirit treasure. Golden plated spirit treasure. Middle level heavenly venerate spirit treasure. Flowing wind spirit treasure. Upper level heavenly venerate spirit treasure. Reward: 100,000 compressed EXP for killing a heavenly venerate spirit treasure. After killing a heavenly venerate spirit treasure, a terrifying amount of compressed EXP exploded, a lot more than the heavenly venerate level. Feeling the surging EXP again. It's really cool. Level up. Ding. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully leveling up to lower level heavenly venerate middle stage. The heavenly gods he killed before, plus the heavenly gods he killed now, accumulated enough EXP to level up. But that's it. If he wants to continue to level up, he needs to kill several heavenly gods in a row. He needs too much EXP now. Chapter 1544. Tianyun insta-killed a heavenly god with lightning speed, stunning the other 2 heavenly gods, especially heavenly god Xiuxing. He knew that Tianyun was a little strange, but he never thought that it would be this strange. Everything was so strange. All of a sudden, he appeared next to his companion and killed him in an instant. They had joined forces to unleash a spatial sealing formation, let alone a lesser heavenly venerate. Even a heavenly god would be sealed. Who would have thought that against Tianyun it would be as if everything had lost its effect? Instead, one of their heavenly gods was killed. "You killed my brother. I'm going to kill you." The heavenly god, who had been silent all this while, finally spat out a sentence. He immediately charged toward Tianyun and summoned 3 spirit treasures to surround his body. Only now did he completely unleash his full strength. He had underestimated his opponent before, but now that his companion had been killed, he was filled with grief and indignation. He unleashed his strongest power without any regard for anything else. Heavenly god Xiuxing was also enraged. He immediately summoned 3 spirit treasures and charged toward Enlin. Because he had underestimated his opponent before, his companion had been killed. How could he dare to underestimate his opponent now? He was treating Tianyun as an equal opponent. Facing the attacks of two heavenly gods, Eteonion felt the pressure multiply. If it weren't for the fact that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he would have been severely suppressed. Kill me? Then you guys can have fun. Eteonion sneered. He turned around and quickly teleported to the side, escaping from this area. In an instant, the distance between them was widened by a large margin. Eteonion wouldn't fight them head-on, especially when there were two heavenly gods. It would be very difficult to deal with them. It was already very difficult to deal with one, let alone two heavenly gods. Heavenly gods weren't cabbages. They weren't that easy to deal with. Thus, his main goal now was to escape. He would escape if he could. After escaping a certain distance, he tried to use the teleportation divine stone, only to find that it didn't work. It was as if he had been trapped. It's useless. Could it be that the nearby space isn't stable enough and the teleportation godstone can't be used? Eteonion's heart sank. This was something he hadn't thought of. Since a long time ago, the teleportation godstone was not an invincible means of escape. It still had various limitations. For example, if space was locked, one would not be able to escape. One could only use teleportation to escape. Right now, there was quite a bit of spatial turbulence in the surroundings, forming a thick seal that locked down the space, making it impossible to use teleportation godstones. In this case, he could only escape from this area and use the teleportation godstone again. Don't even think of escaping. Heavenly God Xiuxing and the others hurtled toward Enlin at top speed, instantly closing down the distance between them. Celestial deities were celestial deities. The speed they erupted with was incomparable, far from what Empyreans could compare to. Even if Eteonion activated his Kuan Peng bloodline, he still wouldn't be able to match their speed. It would already be impressive if he could keep up with them, let alone surpass them. Eteonion's crazy damage mode provided damage, not speed. This was why there was such a gap between them. He could quickly close the gap between them in terms of combat prowess, but he couldn't close the gap in terms of speed. Eteonion's expression darkened, but he could only continue flying forward. At the same time, his body flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he teleported to another area. He didn't dare to teleport too far away. There were too many spatial turbulence in the surroundings, and if he got too close, he would be sucked into it. Don't even think of escaping. They roared angrily and continued to chase after Enlin. Their speed increased again, and they rushed toward Enlin with all their might, completely ignoring the spatial turbulence around them. An enraged heavenly god was quite terrifying. Go! Eteonion tossed out several inferior-grade, heavenly venerate spirit treasures in quick succession, which exploded toward the two of them. After the extreme heavenly venerate spirit treasures were detonated, a violent explosion enshrouded them. Moments later, they broke through the explosion and continued to chase after Enlin. The explosion only had a minor effect on them, almost negligible. All of their heavenly venerate spirit treasures were brought out. Regardless of whether it was defense or attack, they all increased a great deal. Just detonating these low-level heavenly venerate spirit treasures would not cause any major damage to him. Useless? Then change to another one. Eteonion ruthlessly threw out a middle-level heavenly venerate spirit treasure again, detonating the power inside. Boom, boom. Compared to a low-level heavenly venerate spirit treasure, it was several times stronger, even over a dozen times stronger. The flame tongues of the explosion directly swallowed them up. The power was much greater, at least equivalent to an upper heavenly venerate's all-out attack. Furthermore, it was the extremely strong kind. This kid is really willing to part with it. They rushed out of that explosion again, already in sorry states. It was not like before, when they only had a little bit of injuries. But overall, there was not too much of a problem. The impact was not great. This kind of offensive made them pause for a short while, but they continued to chase after again, very quickly, their hearts exploding with anger. When we catch him later, we must skin him alive for me. His grandma, what a freak, detonating heavenly venerate spirit treasures twice in a row, let them experience what was called extravagance. If it were them, they would not dare to be so wasteful. If they saw Tianyin crazily flinging out many heavenly venerate spirit treasures before, they would know what was called squandering. When they just came out of the explosion, they looked up and discovered that there was no one in front of them. Where is he? Just as they were in a trance, a sense of crisis came from behind them. 5 giant dragons pierced through the defenses of one of the celestial deities, closely following that, continuing to penetrate inside. Sneak attack. Tianyin's favorite way to deal with these powerhouses was to sneak attack. Using the effect of instant transmission, he could absolutely toy with them in circles. Break for me. Tianyin roared angrily. Extreme penetrative power superimposed on the 5-dragon divine spear, all of his power similarly pouring out. Get lost for me. This celestial deity roared angrily, reaching out a hand to slap over here, wanting to smash the divine spear that pierced over flying. But Tianyin's speed was a tad faster. A spear flung over, puncturing this celestial deity's body. Boom. The two were blasted flying at the same time. Tianyin was smashed flying out, and the other party's body was also blasted to smithereens. But he did not die, merely suffering serious injuries. Tianyin was smashed by this move and similarly suffered considerable injuries. Sure enough, clashing head-on with a celestial deity who was prepared, he could not achieve the degree of crushing them for the time being. Dealing with them was very difficult. Unless his cultivation went a step further, perhaps his sneak attack just now could have killed them in one move. Even if he could not kill them in one move, he could at least make them lose combat strength. Right now, he could only seriously injure them, not kill them. Chapter 1545. Tianyin didn't manage to kill the heavenly deity, but the damage he brought caused them to feel incomparably shocked. He almost succeeded. Just think about it. A lesser Empyrean being able to seriously injure a celestial deity, it was enough to scare people to death. Even if it was a sneak attack, it was still very shocking. Especially when he was prepared, he was still able to do this. This proved that it was quite shocking. Damn it, this brat is too strange. The two of them were shocked and angry. They didn't expect that a brat could seriously injure them. Not only did he kill their companions, but he also heavily injured them. This was definitely out of their expectations. This kid can't be left alive. The two of them glanced at each other. The 3 Empyrean spirit treasures revolving around them bloomed with dazzling light as they bombarded Tianyin. This time, they were beginning to overdraw on the strength of their Empyrean spirit treasures. At the cost of their Empyrean spirit treasures, they were fiercely attacking Tianyin. No matter how much pain they felt in their hearts, they could only let it out. If they allowed Tianyin to continue his sneak attacks, they would really be finished. Tianyin quickly recovered from the injuries in his body. His injuries were not light, but with his super recovery ability, he quickly recovered from most of them. Even so, it would be troublesome for him to launch another sneak attack. Through this sneak attack, he had a rough idea of the gap between them. The difference in cultivation was still too great. My speed is still a little lacking. Level up? Tianyin's eyes flashed. He immediately spent crazy points on Kuan Peng bloodline. Ding! The rock bloodline has been upgraded to level 3. Speed increased by 50 times. Below the heavenly venerable level. Originally, the Kuan Peng bloodline could increase one's speed by 100 times. Now, after the upgrade, it did not increase one's speed by much. Instead, it decreased to 50 times. However, it was allowed to increase the speed by 50 times under the cultivation of an Empyrean. This was already enough. Previously, when he broke through to the heavenly venerable realm, he could only increase his speed by a few times or a dozen times. Now that he had leveled up, his speed had increased by more than 50 times, which meant that he would be many times faster than before. But correspondingly, the amount of crazy point required is really enough, and a lot of it was deducted at once. Fortunately, he didn't use much crazy point recently, so he could level up. Just as he finished leveling up, the attacks of the two in front of him happened to hit him. Yi Tianyun's figure flickered, and the image of a Kuan Peng appeared behind him. Whoosh! It was countless times faster than teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from their sight. Boom! At the same time, their attacks exploded in the area where Yi Tianyun had been. The affected area was extremely wide, and even the ancient ruins nearby were affected. Rocks flew everywhere. This kid, let's see if he can survive this time. They heaved a sigh of relief. It would be strange if they didn't die after expending so much energy. The power of their attacks was truly at the level of a powerful lower-level heavenly god. Let alone an Empyrean, even an ordinary heavenly god would be severely injured. Just when they thought that everything was over, the 5 enormous dragons seemed to have passed through time and space, roaring madly from behind them. They rushed into the body of the heavenly deity that had been heavily injured before. How boom! The spear was like a dragon, roaring and tearing apart everything. Before this heavenly god could even react, he was already blasted into dregs. The attack this time truly tore through everything, completely wiping out this heavenly deity. Before, it didn't completely penetrate the inside of the heavenly god, but now, taking advantage of the fact that he was killed, it completely crushed him at a faster speed. To be able to kill a heavenly god, the difficulty was really not small. The attack was enough to kill him, but the speed was half a beat slower. Now that the speed has increased, it finally filled a loophole and killed him at a faster speed. This is also thanks to these two guys. They were too confident in themselves and thought that they could really kill Yi Tianyun. It has to be said that the attack range is really wide. A large area was blocked, but for him, it was useless. With the amazing speed of the Kuan Peng, he quickly escaped from the attack range. Especially with instant teleportation, it is the perfect escape plan. Ding! Successfully killed 8 Cloud Heavenly God, 60,000 compressed Crazy Point, 40,000 compressed Sin Point. Obtained 8 Cloud Spirit Treasure. Lower level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure. 8 Wind Spirit Treasure. Middle level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure. 8 Grade Spirit Treasure. Upper level Heavenly Lord Spirit Treasure. Obtained additional kill reward. 50,000 compressed Crazy Point. The reward once again exploded, which made Yi Tianyun feel extremely comfortable. If he kills 2 or 3 more heavenly gods, he will be able to level up again. This speed of leveling up is absolutely amazing. Your speed. Heavenly God Xiaoxing was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be able to sneak around them and attack them again. This time, he was really scared. He even suspected that Yi Tianyun's cultivation is at the heavenly god level. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? What's wrong with my speed? Now that you are the only one left, let me see the power of your heavenly god realm. Yi Tianyun snorted coldly. Heavenly god Xiaoxing definitely won't let him go. He will never let go of those who want to kill him, even if he can't kill them right away. After a while, he will hunt them down for revenge. He has always believed in revenge. This is the principle he always believes in. Heavenly God Xiaoxing's face sank. He didn't expect that after losing 2 of his companions this time, Yi Tianyun still wants to challenge him. You're just as arrogant as your master. Heavenly God Xiaoxing began to activate the power of his bloodline, and his 3 heavenly venerate spirit treasures began to burn relentlessly. He really was going to go all out this time. Even the slightest loss of his heavenly venerate spirit treasures was extremely distressing to him. Now, he discovered that if he didn't do this, he wouldn't be distressed anymore. After all, he was going to die right away, so what was there to be distressed about? I don't know what your true cultivation base is, but the final outcome is that you will die. Heavenly God Xiaoxing let loose an enraged roar before charging toward Yi Tianyun. There was no escape route, and he had to unleash his full power in order to unleash the power of a heavenly god. Yi Tianyun was immediately struck by a sense of pressure. It looked like there was still a huge gap between him and heavenly god Xiaoxing. Only an idiot would attack you head-on. Yi Tianyun didn't plan to engage in a head-on battle from the very beginning. The disparity between their cultivation bases was clear for all to see, and it didn't seem like it was fair and square, but the winner takes all. If he didn't take advantage of his advantages and chose to attack head-on instead, wouldn't that be the behavior of an idiot? His body then flashed, and he disappeared into space to hide there, not planning to come out. It's no use hiding in space. Heavenly God Xiaoxing waved a hand, and a large expanse of space was torn open in an attempt to dig out Yi Tianyun. However, what he tore open was a vast expanse of space, and there was nothing there. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared beside him before unleashing a ferocious attack. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, and both of them were knocked flying. Yi Tianyun was knocked flying the furthest, but he was still in a relatively good condition. Chapter 1546. After unleashing his full power, heavenly cultivation star became far more difficult to deal with than before. It was quite clear that sneak attacks were no longer as easy to deal with. After slaying 2 heavenly gods in quick succession, heavenly cultivation star would really be an idiot if he didn't become cautious. After unleashing his full power, heavenly cultivation star quickly launched a frenzied attack toward Yi Tianyun. Each and every one of his attacks was lethal and lethal. Yi Tianyun could only quickly evade to the side. He didn't dare to face heavenly cultivation star head-on. There was a massive gap between him and heavenly cultivation star, and he would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought head-on. I either have to stall for time, or I have to run. He only had 2 choices now. If he continued to stall for time, heavenly cultivation star would definitely be exhausted. Heavenly cultivation star was unleashing his full power, so he definitely wouldn't be able to last much longer. However, he really didn't know how long he would be able to last. At the very least, Yi Tianyun could only just barely evade under the relentless barrage of attacks. He would occasionally be struck, and he felt like his body was about to be torn apart. The other choice was to run. If he ran, he would still be able to escape from a heavenly god. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Tianyun could only choose to run. It looked like heavenly cultivation star wouldn't be exhausted anytime soon. If he was forced into a corner, then it would be extremely troublesome. He immediately fled to the side at his fastest speed, leaving heavenly cultivation star in the dust. Don't even think about getting away. Heavenly cultivation star caught up to him at an even faster speed. He didn't want Yi Tianyun to get away. If he did, then he would really be screwed. After all, if Yi Tianyun went back and told the great Devis about this, then he would definitely be screwed. Even if there was no evidence, the great Devis would definitely trust his disciple rather than him. The distance between Yi Tianyun and Yi Tianyun was quickly shortened, and he quickly threw out 3 celestial master spirit treasures towards Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun's heart sank. There was no way for him to evade now, so he could only face them head-on. There was a lot of spatial turbulence around them, so he didn't dare to use teleportation to escape. Open! Eteonyon erupted with his full strength. He brandished his long spear and smashed it out. 3 Empyrean spirit treasures flew over and collided with his attack. Boom! A violent collision directly bombarded him, sending him flying. He tumbled a few times, his internal organs tumbling, and he felt as if they were going to shift positions. He quickly healed himself, twisted his body, and fled to another area. Suddenly, the surrounding void began to distort and then rapidly collapse. A giant spatial rift appeared. Then, the violent space turbulence sucked them in. They didn't even have the chance to struggle before they were sucked in. Eteonyon only felt a pulling force coming from below. In an instant, he felt like he was being swallowed, completely submerged in the space turbulence. He felt that no matter what he did, he would not be able to break free from this place. As for teleportation, there was no reaction at all. He was completely locked in by the spatial turbulence. Spatial turbulence. Heavenly God Xiao Xing's heart jolted upon seeing this, and he immediately turned to flee into the distance. He might be able to escape from normal spatial turbulence, but there was no way to escape from this place. This spatial turbulence was simply too vast. If he was sucked into it, he would be dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, who knew where he would be teleported to? If he was teleported to a remote corner or a dangerous area, he wouldn't even know how to get out. So he immediately gave up on killing Eteonyon and turned around to run away. Moreover, according to this situation, there is no need for him to do anything. Eteonyon will die here. Why would he need to do anything? Since you're here, then don't leave. Eteonyon suddenly unleashed a spear, and energy surged toward him as if it had taken a substantial form. Let go of me. Heavenly God Xiao Xing waved his weapon in rage to disperse the energy surging toward him. Eteonyon's attack was naturally unable to stop him, but it could buy him some time. Even if it was only a few seconds, it would be enough. This was the situation he was in right now. After buying him some time, the spatial turbulence quickly swept toward him and dragged him in. Now, even Heavenly God Xiao Xing had been dragged in, and both of them were trapped. Why you little be asterisk starred? Heavenly God Xiao Xing wanted to throw up a mouthful of blood. Never would he have thought that he would be dragged in here. He had almost escaped just then, only to be dragged back here. Now, both of them had been dragged into this spatial turbulence. Didn't you want to chase me just then? I'm giving you a chance now. Why don't you come in together and chase me? Eteonyon smiled. The spatial turbulence around them began to twist and warp, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged toward them from all directions. However, he wasn't afraid at all. What could he be afraid of? He had been reborn. If you want to die, then die. Why did you drag me into this? Heavenly God Xiao Xing wanted to kill Lin, but in this spatial turbulence, they were all separated and swept all the way to the very bottom. This was like a vortex that would constantly drag people into it until they reached the very bottom. At that time, the fate that awaited them, whether they would live or die, was really unknown. I don't want to die, and I won't die. Eteonyon pointed at him. You're dead for sure. Remember to say goodbye to them when you go to hell. Your other friends will be joining you soon. At the very least, I won't die before you die. Heavenly God Xiao Xing was enraged, and he charged toward Eteonyon with all his might. He wanted to kill Eteonyon before he died. Eteonyon smiled faintly, but he couldn't even be bothered to move. Heavenly God Xiao Xing's attack was quickly torn apart by the spatial turbulence, so it couldn't even touch him. Not to mention the fact that their attacks were being torn apart. Even their bodies were starting to crumble. They could clearly sense a terrifying tearing force that was about to tear them into dust. This was undoubtedly a spatial turbulence of death, not some kind of spatial turbulence that could sweep people away. If they were teleported to another area, they would still have a chance at survival. However, they were being torn apart, which was completely different. This spatial turbulence has only just begun, so it's not the type of spatial turbulence that can be easily teleported out of. Tianyan immediately knew that this spatial turbulence was going to tear them apart. Chapter 1547. Even a heavenly god would be dead, for sure, if they were swept into such a terrifying spatial turbulence of death. In particular, such a massive spatial turbulence was far more powerful than the ones in the outside world. It was at least a dozen times more powerful than the ones in the outside world. Even a normal heavenly god wouldn't be able to escape from such terrifying destructive power. As such, heavenly god Xiaoxing was also unable to escape. No matter how he struggled, it was all pointless. In the face of such terrifying spatial turbulence of death, he would be ground to dust. What a pity! Your attacks won't work here. I won't even be able to die in front of you. Tianyan seems to be fixed in the turbulence. He can't even twist his body. As for flying, he can't move at all. It was as if he had been swept away by the waves. No matter how good his swimming skills were, he could only be swept away by the waves. Not only Tianyan, but even heavenly god Xiaoxing was completely immobilized. As for attacking, even if he could, it wouldn't work. You're going to die in front of me. Heavenly god Xiaoxing's eyes were bloodshot as his 3 heavenly venerate spirit treasures enshrouded his body. Tianyan can see that this is his final struggle. He can only hold on for a while at most. He can't hold on for too long. In the face of such terrifying spatial turbulence of death, he would still be ground to dust. He was doing this because he wanted to see Tianyan die before him. He wanted to live a little longer. Is that so? You'll know when the time comes. Tianyan also unleashed his own power to protect himself. His previous moves were useless here. What invincibility? What defense? In reality, this was only true for those with lower cultivation bases. In the face of this spatial turbulence, there was still a huge disparity. If he could withstand the spatial turbulence, that would mean that he would be able to easily withstand a powerful attack from a heavenly god. If that was the case, he would have used it a long time ago. As time passed by, they were quickly dragged down into the spatial turbulence. The outcome was already set in stone, and there was nothing they could do to change it. Heavenly god Xiaoxing only hoped that he could survive. After all, as long as the spatial turbulence stabilized, he would have a chance to survive. Even if he was teleported to a dangerous area, he still had a chance to survive. Therefore, he did not give up the last bit of hope. Tianyan had been reborn, and although he wasn't afraid, he didn't want to be torn apart so quickly. If he was reborn, he would be torn apart again, and that feeling wouldn't be good. Soon, the two of them were finally swept to the bottom. A terrifying tearing force came from all directions. Tianyan could feel this terrifying power. If his cultivation was any lower, or if his physique was any weaker, he would have long been torn to pieces. He was only able to persevere until now because of the support of his powerful bloodline. Heavenly god Xiaoxing wasn't in a much better state. He didn't think that Tianyan would be able to hold on for so long. However, both of them looked on with bloodshot eyes and didn't say anything. Now that it was the most critical moment, how could he have the strength to speak? He could only try his best to preserve his life. Finally, when they reached the bottom, the spatial turbulence swallowed them up, and the two of them were completely sucked in. The barrier around Tianyan's body was completely torn apart after a short while. Immediately afterward, his body was engulfed inch by inch, and the excruciating pain surged straight into his head. Tianyan felt as if he would rather die than live, but he was able to persevere through his immense willpower. However, just because he was able to repress the pain didn't mean that his body wouldn't disappear. Even with his powerful regenerative abilities, he would still be torn to pieces. As for heavenly god Xiao, he had more treasures, so he had the upper hand. This allowed him to persevere for a while longer. He felt extremely elated as he watched Tianyun being torn apart bit by bit. "I told you that you would die sooner." A sinister expression appeared on his face. Even if he were to die, he would die after Tianyun. However, not long after that, the barrier around his body was also torn apart, and his body was also torn to pieces. He was still persevering with all his might. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, there was a chance for him to be reborn. Both of them persevered. Before they knew it, their bodies had become blurry, and they felt as if they had been swept into a peculiar space. After the two of them completely disappeared, the spatial turbulence gradually shrank before completely disappearing, as if nothing had ever existed. In another space and time, heavenly god Xiaoxing's entire body was blurry and indistinct. Only a small portion of his soul remained. "I am not dead." Heavenly god Xiaoxing discovered that he was in a special space. He didn't know what kind of space this was, but he knew that he wasn't dead. As long as his soul was still present, he would be able to reconstruct his body and return to his original state. His body had been destroyed, and he would have to rest for several thousand years before he could return to his peak condition. Hence, even if he didn't die, he would still be half crippled. "Haha, that little brat is dead for sure, but I'm still alive. I'm still alive. I survived this spatial turbulence." He wanted to laugh to his heart's content. After all, it was a good thing that he was still alive. However, he only had half a head left, so he couldn't even speak. It was already a good thing that he was still alive. Immediately afterward, energy began to emanate from his soul to reconstruct his body bit by bit. If he was disturbed now, he would also be dead for sure. Even though he was still alive, that didn't mean that he could be reborn right away. This process was extremely taxing, especially since he only had half a head left. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to recover very quickly even if he was missing an arm or a leg. However, he only had half a head left, so it was already very fortunate that he could recover slowly. In his current state, even a small child could smash him into a pulp. When his head was completely reconstructed and he was about to reconstruct his body, a figure suddenly appeared before him. After taking a closer look, he discovered that it was none other than Tianyun. Tianyun appeared before him, completely unscathed, and he looked at him with a very friendly smile. "You really are a lucky bastard. You managed to survive even under such circumstances. However, it's a pity that you're going to die soon." A faint smile appeared on Tianyun's face, and it looked like the smile of a demon. "How are you still alive?" Heavenly god Xiaoxing was astonished. Even if Enlin had survived as long as he had, how could he have recovered so quickly? His cultivation base was higher than Tianyun's, so he would definitely be able to recover faster. Now that Tianyun had made such a complete recovery, how could he not be scared? Chapter 1548. Of course, Tianyun didn't die. In fact, he was still alive and kicking. His initial state was actually similar to heavenly god Xiaoxing's. Both of them were in a half-crippled state, but after being reborn from the flames, he immediately became lively again. Rebirth from the flames didn't have to be triggered by death. It could also be triggered when one was on the brink of death. After being triggered, one could immediately be reborn and return to their original state. He was very satisfied with this divine skill. As such, he wasn't worried at all, let alone that he would die. However, There was something unexpected, which was that the power of his soul had increased. It had reached the level of the heavenly venerable initial stage in one go. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. He reckoned that it had improved bit by bit when he was enduring the tearing force. Forcing himself to persevere gave him a feeling that his soul power was being tempered. As such, he was able to make rapid breakthroughs and successfully break through to the level of the heavenly venerable stage. This speed was indeed enviable, but Tianyun didn't want to experience this feeling. It was simply too painful. The feeling of being torn apart bit by bit was too intense, and it was not easy to persevere. As such, even though he was making breakthroughs at an astonishing speed, he still didn't want to experience this feeling. This was an effect obtained by dying, so the improvement would definitely be astonishing. He would die if he wasn't careful. He might be able to be reborn, but who knew if there would be any accidents? Sometimes rebirth wasn't omnipotent. For example, if he was reborn, he would immediately die and then be reborn again. If this continued, he would run out of crazy points. How would he be reborn then? As such, he wouldn't do things that were too dangerous. He had too many things on his shoulders now. No, impossible. Your cultivation base is so low. How could you be fine? Heavenly God, Xiao could speak again after recovering his mouth. The truth is right before my eyes. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. However, I would like to see who the mastermind behind you is. Tianyun grabbed the old man's head and started searching his soul. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to search the soul of a heavenly God. A heavenly God's soul was very powerful, and his cultivation base was even more powerful. A slight backlash could kill him, so how could he dare to search his soul? However, things were different now. Heavenly God Xiao was in a half-crippled state, and his soul was also half-crippled. How was he supposed to retaliate? Under Tianyun's forceful soul-searching, surging energy quickly surged into his brain, and he began to crazily search his soul. Heavenly cultivation star began to struggle, but he was unable to put up any resistance aside from howling with all his might. The memories in his mind began to be quickly extracted. Some could be searched, and some could not. Soul search was the most common martial art, but it was also the martial art with the most loopholes. To put it bluntly, it wasn't complete enough. As such, when Zhang Xian tried to search someone's soul, he would only be able to obtain a small portion of it. Unless the other party didn't struggle at all, it would still be very difficult to search the other party's soul. Because of this, the memories Tianyun obtained were all fragmented. He didn't really care about that. As long as he could obtain a portion of Heavenly Cultivation Star's memories, that would be enough. At the very least, he would be able to find out what Heavenly Cultivation Star was up to. Moments later, Heavenly Cultivation Star frothed at the mouth, and he appeared to be half unconscious. After such a casual soul search, his soul was severely injured. Even though he didn't become an idiot, he looked no different from an idiot. Well, there are still a lot of things that I don't understand, but I know a lot now. Tianyun stood up and raised his foot to stomp on Heavenly Cultivation Star's head. Bang! Heavenly Cultivation Star's head exploded. Ding! Successfully killed Heavenly Cultivation Star. Received 6 million compressed EXP, 50,000 compressed CPS, 40,000 compressed SBS. Obtained Cultivation Star Spirit Treasure. Lesser Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Heaven Cultivation Spirit Treasure. Intermediate Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Cloud Cultivation Spirit Treasure. Upper Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Heaven Cultivation God Realm Map. Obtained additional reward of 50,000 compressed CPS. He was extremely satisfied with the explosive EXP he obtained again, which was why he didn't want to let them go. How could he not eat a piece of meat that was delivered to his mouth? It was just that it was a bit difficult to kill Heavenly Cultivation Star, but the heavens were really helping him now. Not only that, but he also obtained some information. Immediately after, he shifted his gaze to the surroundings and discovered that there were chains in the sky. It was not the ordinary blue sky, nor was it the planets outside. What he saw was a chain that sealed off the entire sky. An oppressive power came from above, making him feel a bit uncomfortable. Where is this place? Etianyan looked at the chain above him and started to analyze it with his appraisal eye. Heavenly Tao shackles seals all the power of the heavenly Tao, suppressing one's cultivation base, making it impossible to break through. Etianyan was really shocked after investigating it. He didn't expect this kind of thing to exist. It sealed off the entire space, and it was mainly used to suppress one's cultivation base. His cultivation base was still at the lesser heavenly venerable realm, but he knew that it was definitely not to suppress one's cultivation base, but to make it impossible to break through. The teleportation divine stone can't be used either. Etianyan's brows furrowed. He didn't think that the place he had been teleported to would be so special that even the teleportation divine stone couldn't be used. The teleportation divine stone had always been his life-saving divine stone. As long as he hid, he could easily escape to another area and no one would be able to stop him. However, things were different now. He could only use it successfully if the space around him wasn't sealed off and he was relatively safe. His cultivation base was too low in the past, and the enemies he faced were too weak, so he naturally couldn't use it to seal off the area. Now that he was facing heavenly venerates and heavenly gods, the teleportation divine stone was immediately useless and couldn't be used as an escape tool. He could only use things like instant teleportation to escape to a safe area. Looks like I'll have to find a way out of this place, Etianyan thought for a moment, then rushed up to the heavenly Tao shackles. But when he rushed up to the heavenly Tao shackles, he was bounced back as if he hit a hard wall. This was not unexpected. He knew that it wouldn't be so easy to break through, but he didn't think that there wouldn't even be a single crack. Open for me. Etianyan took out the 5-dragon divine spear and fiercely stabbed at the heavenly Tao shackles. But with a loud bang, even with his full strength, he was unable to break open a single crack. Instead, the power of his attack was repelled, sending him flying back. Chapter 1549. There's no effect. Etianyan's heart sank. He had already used his full power, an attack that could even injure a heavenly deity. However, it could do nothing to the heavenly Tao shackles. Instead, it reflected the force of his attack, making him dizzy. Blood leaked out of the webbing between his thumb and index finger, and he nearly lost his grip on the 5-dragon divine spear. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen feel uncomfortable. He had to bear the majority of the force of his attack. Clearly, the level of the heavenly Tao shackles was not something he could break. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao shackles did not belong to the category of divine seals. Hence, with Xiao Chen's current level as a divine inscriber, not to mention rank 6 or rank 7, even a rank 9 divine inscriber would be useless. As the name suggested, the heavenly Tao shackles could lock out heavenly Tao energy. Without heavenly Tao energy, there would be no heavenly tribulation or heavenly Tao energy. Normally, those who used heavenly Tao energy would need it when they broke through to the star venerate level. Without heavenly Tao energy, it would be hard to break through. This was like an earth monarch. They needed heavenly Tao energy to cultivate, and even snatched heavenly Tao energy from the heavenly tribulation to raise their strength. This was like snatching resources from the heavens, continuously snatching heavenly Tao energy. Now that Xiao Chen no longer had heavenly Tao energy, how could he cultivate? It looks like there is no way to destroy this place. Tianyun turned his head to look to the side. He immediately saw a city in the distance. As for the actual situation, he just had to go over and ask. Following that, Xiao Chen flew to the edge of the city and quickly descended, heading inside. When he arrived at the bottom of the city, he saw many cultivators coming and going. Their cultivations were relatively low. Tianyun casually looked around and saw that the strongest cultivator was only a void spirit stage cultivator. This was the cultivation that Xiao Chen had seen in the Fanyu a long time ago. Back then, this cultivation had been very strong. If he continued to break through, he would have become a holy king. It was just that he had seen too much. His cultivation level was really not enough to look at. He only needed to use his soul sense to see the whole picture of this place clearly. He also knew how strong the cultivators inside were. There were basically all kinds of cultivators here, and there was no discrimination. He followed him directly into the city, and no guards stopped him. There were people coming and going here, and as long as it wasn't someone special, no one would come to stop them. The environment here is not bad. Tianyun looked at the situation on both sides. Most of the things that should be sold were available. It was considered normal. However, there was no heavenly energy here. It was as if he had returned to the place where Fanyu was, making it difficult for him to break through. At the same time, the resources here were quite limited. Some of them were Fanyu level, but there were basically no high-level resources. After carefully looking around, there was nothing strange about the overall situation, except that the security was quite tight. However, it was not the cultivators who were guarding this place. Instead, it was the people on the city wall outside, who kept staring outside. It was unknown what they were on guard against. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. At the same time, in the City Lord's room at the center of the city, City Lord Wu was reading a book. At this time, a voice sounded in his ear. "You are the City Lord here, right?" City Lord Wu was shocked and turned his head to look over. He didn't know when a young man was sitting next to him and looking at him, but he didn't notice it at all. "Yes, I am the City Lord here. May I know why you came to my Dongyue city, sir?" City Lord Wu quickly suppressed his shock and changed his attitude to one of respect. He was the strongest here, which was the void spirit stage. Since he could easily come to his side and sit down to look at him, he believed that his cultivation must be higher than him. Since that was the case, he would definitely not be so impulsive and scold the person who came. He knew that if the other party wanted him dead, he would definitely do it secretly. So, he acted very calmly and showed the demeanor that a city lord should have. "I happen to pass by here and would like to ask you something." Tianyun saw that City Lord Wu calmed down so quickly and felt that he was quite a character. "May I know what you want to ask, sir? I will answer all I know." City Lord Wu smiled. "I want to know when the heavenly Tao shackles above were formed." Tianyun pointed up and asked, "Those things are called heavenly Tao shackles." City Lord Wu shook his head and said, "As for how they formed, I'm not very clear. They seem to have appeared a long time ago and have been there for a long time." Tianyun looked at City Lord Wu. It was obvious that he couldn't know the details. He didn't even know about the heavenly Tao shackles, so what information could he get from him? Appeared a long time ago? Tianyun continued to ask. "Yes, appeared a long time ago, but we really don't know when exactly it appeared." City Lord Wu shook his head and said, "Then do you feel anything strange?" Tianyun asked, "Strange? What can be strange? If there is anything special, there is one. Report, report." At this time, the guards rushed in from outside. When they saw Tianyun inside, they were stunned. They were clearly guarding outside and didn't see anyone come in. Why was there suddenly someone here? Is it the mutated race? City Lord Wu said coldly. Why, yes. It's the mutated race. The guards reacted and quickly nodded. Sir, I'm very sorry, but I have something important to do now. If you want to ask anything else, please wait until we chase the mutated race away. After saying that, City Lord Wu cupped his hands apologetically to Yi Tianyun, turned around, and flew out. Mutated race. Yi Tianyun thought for a moment and flew out with City Lord Wu. When he followed them out of the main city, he immediately saw that there were many evil spirit race attacking from outside the city walls. The few arms on their backs were their symbols. However, their cultivation was not high. They were all around the void spirit stage, and there were even lower levels. As soon as they arrived, they laughed loudly and swept over, grabbing cultivators one by one and devouring them. It's actually the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes darkened. He didn't expect to see such things here. After they attacked, they kept grabbing cultivators to devour, and the guards' defense was basically useless. Their cultivation was too far apart. So how could they resist? However, they could only brace themselves and resist. They rushed up one by one and slashed as many times as they could. After City Lord Wu charged out, he took out a large saber and roared, "A bunch of trash, come and die!" Chapter 1550. City Lord Wu rushed in all directions, wanting to kill the evil spirit race. However, just as he reached there, he was blocked by a powerful evil spirit race, not allowing him to attack. "I'll play with you." The evil spirit race mocked and intercepted him. City Lord Wu attacked crazily, but they were all easily blocked by the evil spirit race without any pressure. After blocking several times, the evil spirit race was a little tired of playing. It smiled and said, "I'm tired of playing. It's time to devour." Following that, the evil spirit race pounced over, and its speed instantly surpassed City Lord Wu's. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of City Lord Wu and waved its claws, wanting to tear City Lord Wu into several pieces. At this critical moment, City Lord Wu's figure flashed and barely dodged the attack. However, a large piece of his arm was torn off, and it was almost torn off along with his arm. Huff, huff, huff. City Lord Wu quickly retreated and dodged to the side. Cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead, drenching his clothes. The sense of danger of death made him gasp for air. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. He had almost been torn into several pieces. The strength of this generation's city lord is not bad, but it ends here. The evil spirit race pounced over again, wanting to devour City Lord Wu. City Lord Wu's expression changed. He wanted to quickly dodge, but how could his speed compare to the evil spirit race's? In the next moment, the evil spirit race opened its huge mouth to devour him. When he felt this sense of danger, his face turned pale, and his heart was filled with despair. He did not expect to die just like that. Other than despair, he was even more unwilling. At this moment, a figure flew over and grabbed the evil spirit race's head, fixing it in the air. Following that, a wave of energy frantically entered the evil spirit race's head, as if it was searching for something. My lord? City Lord Wu was immediately stunned when he saw it clearly. The person who suddenly appeared to save him was Yi Tianyun, who had appeared in his room earlier. At this moment, Yi Tianyun must have rushed over to save him. He had been at odds with the evil spirit race from the very beginning, so when he saw the evil spirit race, he naturally had to exterminate it. However, he did not immediately kill the evil spirit race in his hands. Instead, he began to frantically search his soul, wanting to understand the general situation. Under his powerful soul, the other party did not even have the chance to struggle, and all of his memories were obediently confessed. Immediately afterwards, the bodies of the evil spirit race in the other areas suddenly trembled and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Pa, pa, pa. They exploded one after another. Some of the guards who were blocking didn't even understand what was going on before they saw the evil spirit race explode in front of them. Not long later, all of the invading evil spirit race exploded, dyeing the entire area red, making it look rather bloody. The group of guards and cultivators were dumbfounded. No one knew what was going on. Following that, the evil spirit race in Yi Tianyun's hand was thrown into the air by him. With a pung sound, it exploded into a bloody mist in the air. Just like the other evil spirit race, it could not be more dead. So that's how it is. However, minions are still minions. They still know too little. Yi Tianyun frowned. The contents of the memories he had obtained from the search were still too little. This level was simply too low, so the information he knew was naturally very little. City Lord Wu, who was at the side, was stunned. He never thought that this mysterious person would be so strong. Seeing this technique, he knew that the outsider at the side was killed by Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun didn't even move and killed them all. This kind of strength caused him to be dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine what kind of cultivation level he had to be able to do this. My lord, thank you for your help. City Lord Wu immediately knelt on the ground. How could he still dare to stand? Actually, he was more worried that after killing the outsider, he would kill them. He didn't know why Yi Tianyun had come, so he could only think of the worst. Get up. Yi Tianyun reached into the void and pulled him up. He said calmly, "Don't worry. The outsider you mentioned is also my enemy. I have no ill intentions towards you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you." Help us. City Lord Wu's eyes were filled with joy when he heard this. Then thank you, my lord. There's no need to say anything else. These outsider tribes only attack after a period of time. Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, every time they attack after a long period of time. Every time they come, they will devour quite a number of people. However, they won't kill us all. They will only let us go after devouring about half of the people. City Lord Wu said, angrily, Donghua City has had countless city lords. Every time, they devour the city lord. If not for my lord's help, I'm afraid I would also be dead. Every time, we are powerless to resist. Even if we want to escape, it's useless. The situation in the other cities is the same. They will only stop after more than half of their people are killed. This kind of feeling is like livestock being reared in captivity, right? Yi Tianyun interrupted to help. Yes. City Lord Wu felt a little awkward. He didn't want to say it out loud. It was too unpleasant to hear. It gave him this kind of feeling. In fact, it's like this. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. After searching their souls, he had a rough idea of the situation here. They were like livestock being reared in captivity. Every time they were fattened up, they would come to devour a wave of people. Rearing them in captivity and devouring them would be extremely beneficial. This was because the cultivators here had relatively low cultivation levels, but their bloodlines were all of a relatively good level. They could even be linked to ancient bloodlines. That's right, this group of cultivators was the possessor of ancient bloodlines. After absorbing the ancient heavenly venerate bloodline, he found that the concentration of their bloodline was not low. It could be said that it was an ancient bloodline. The effect of devouring it was undoubtedly a little stronger. In that case, everything made sense. This place was sealed by the heavenly Tao shackles to prevent their cultivation from advancing by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, it would be much more difficult to devour them. In the end, the area that Yi Tianyun was swept into was actually a captive space, a space that was kept in captivity by a grade 5 god realm. As expected, The evil spirit race has some power in the grade 5 god realm. No wonder they are so arrogant. Eteonion recalled the time when he fought the evil spirit race in the outer god realm. Even the leader of the evil spirit race said that he was dead for sure. Now it seemed that facing a grade 5 god realm was really like hitting a rock with an egg. He had never been there, so he didn't know what kind of existence there was in a grade 5 god realm. However, it was very likely that there were many ancient heavenly gods alive. Chapter 1551. In the outside world. They all thought that the ancient bloodline, which was in existence with a relatively high concentration of bloodlines, had already become a legend or extremely rare. From the looks of it, it wasn't rare at all. It was completely trapped here and raised in captivity. After fattening for a period of time, he would devour a wave to increase the strength of the evil spirit race. The evil spirit race that was sent over were all very talented. After absorbing these bloodlines, they would undoubtedly become even more astonishing. To put it bluntly, it was a bit like the hunting ground of the evil spirit race's geniuses. When the number of livestock here increased, they could come over and harvest a wave. In this world, there were several large cities, and the total number of people was not considered high. However, with the combination of resources, the number of cultivators would still slowly increase. After accumulating to a certain extent, they would start to be hunted. However, as time passed, the bloodline would slowly become thinner. There was no doubt about this. If he wanted to increase the density and strength of his bloodline, he could only stabilize it by increasing his cultivation. Only by carrying on the family line would he be able to become stronger or denser. However, their cultivations were all fixed, and they were unable to break through to the Star Lord or Earth Lord realm. How could the density of their bloodline be dense? Therefore, this group of people would definitely become very ordinary existences in the end. However, this process was still rather long, enough for them to devour for a long time. It's very possible that there are other similar areas. Eteonion looked at the surrounding space. The cultivators in this area were limited to a certain cultivation level, and it was very likely that the other areas would be restricted to a higher level. This was truly equivalent to livestock. Different levels could be devoured by different levels of evil spirit race. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. It was truly terrifying. When their strength increases, I'm afraid the second battle of the divine Lord will be getting closer and closer. Eteonion believed that it was very likely that a second battle of the divine Lord would occur. How could those old fogies be willing? There must be some kind of power restraining them, which was why they did not immediately attack. If there was no power restraining them, he believed that with their personalities, they would have already killed their way out. Outsiders? Thinking about it carefully, they really can be called outsiders. Eteonion knew that it was not only the evil spirit race. There were also other races that could not be considered his own race. Perhaps the demon race and the human race were hostile to each other, but these two races were friendly to other races. As for the evil spirit race, they were very sorry. Other than their own race, the rest were all enemies. Immediately, Eteonion swept his gaze over them. He definitely had to rescue these people. Moreover, they all had ancient bloodlines. If they joined his faction, the results would be obvious after a period of nurturing. Sir, is there anything else? City Lord Wu felt goosebumps when he saw Eteonion staring at him. I told you to contact the other city lords and prepare to evacuate at any time, Eteonion said. Prepare to evacuate. City Lord Wu was startled. We can't leave this place. No matter where we go, it's sealed. I will break the seal here. When the time comes, I will take you to a safe place and arrange a good place for you to stay. Eteonion smiled. This, City Lord Wu knelt down with a thud and said excitedly, Thank you, my lord. I will contact the other city lords now and get them to gather. These cities were separated so that it would be easier to collect resources. After all, it was such a vast area. If they were too far away, it would be difficult to collect resources. Their cultivation was on the low side, and it would take a long time to travel back and forth. That was why they were separated into several cities. Otherwise, they would not be able to easily collect resources to improve themselves. No matter how much they improved, they would not be able to break through. If a Star Lord was sent over, they would be completely destroyed. They could only work hard to fatten themselves up and then be slaughtered by others. Following this, Tianyan flew away. He would leave the rest to City Lord Wu. He believed that he would definitely be able to handle it well. Even if the other city lords did not believe in Tianyan, they would listen to City Lord Wu. More importantly, it was a form of hope. In any case, they would rather believe than not. This was a chance of survival. As long as they could escape, they would do it. They would also be slaughtered here. Even if they risked their lives, they would still be slaughtered. It was better to risk it and still have a chance of survival. After Tianyan flew away, he quickly flew to the important area here, the Heavenlock Altar. The Heavenlock Altar was hidden at the edge, and with their cultivation, they could not see it at all. Not only did the Heavenlock Altar control the energy of the heavenly Tao shackles, it was also a passage for outsiders. To put it bluntly, they could also leave from here. In other words, he would be able to escape from this place with them. He wouldn't even need to break the shackles of the heavenly Tao. However, he had to do this for the sake of intimidating them. If he wanted this group of people to successfully join and become loyal, there was no doubt that he would need extremely powerful strength to save them. Simply saving them might be able to move them, but if there was another powerful person to save them, they would be even more obedient. Strength could conquer everyone. These words were not nonsense. Inside the Heavenlock Altar, there were 2 middle-level Empyreans guarding it. They were both experts of the evil spirit race, sitting here with nothing to do. They're too slow. Why aren't they back yet? One of the Empyreans was very dissatisfied. They had been gone for a while, but they still hadn't returned. They were waiting for the group of disciples that they had sent out to return and seal off the passage here. Then, their mission would be completed. If they wanted to open this passage, they still needed to open it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even bother to come here. I guess these animals had been fattened up too much. Didn't we put in more resources recently? They must have thought that they could make a comeback, but they didn't know that it was us who did it on purpose, allowing them to reproduce faster. What a bunch of fools. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with ridicule. They felt that these cultivators were truly pitiful, waiting for them to slaughter and eat them. As expected of the evil spirit race, their thoughts are truly disgusting. A figure appeared at the side, causing them to be shocked. They hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see an afterimage flash past their eyes. Soon after, they felt their bodies turn cold, and discovered that their bodies had been torn into pieces, leaving only their heads behind. Immediately after, their heads were held in the hands of a human, and the soul-searching technique was quickly activated, continuously digging out the memories in their heads. Human? They were stunned. When they saw that the one who killed them was a human, they didn't know what had happened. Chapter 1552. Tianyan frantically searched their memories. The 2 heavenly venerates did not even have the slightest resistance and were easily subdued by him. As his cultivation increased, dealing with middle heavenly venerates was no different from dealing with the Lord of Heaven to him, especially under the suppression of the super heavenly venerate title. They did not even have the slightest resistance. The evil spirit race guards at the side were stunned when they saw this. After they reacted, they all rushed over. Tianyan looked at them coldly and exploded at the side, turning into piles of blood mist. The cultivation of these guards was relatively low, only at the star venerate level. To him, he did not even need to do anything. One look was enough to make them explode. After eliminating these guards, he would be able to focus on searching their souls. There were no strong guards here. There were no experts here in the first place, and there was nothing important here. Naturally, it was impossible to send experts over. These two middle heavenly venerates were here to help open the door. After closing the door, these star venerate guards stayed here to manage the situation. As the experts here were generally not strong, it was more than enough to have a few star venerate guards here. There is still too little effective information. Tianyan crushed his two heads and frowned. He still could not find much effective information in the memories of these heavenly venerates. They knew too little, but at least they knew what faction it was. As for the details of the internal situation, these heavenly venerates could not reach them. If he wanted to understand more, he would undoubtedly need to capture a heaven deity, an elder. Otherwise, he would not be able to find effective information. Then, he ignored this group of people and turned to walk down the Heavenlock altar. After passing through a long tunnel, there was a huge square formation below. This was the main formation of the heavenly Tao shackles outside. As long as this square formation was broken, the heavenly Tao shackles outside would naturally disappear. The effect of this square formation was to isolate the heavenly Tao energy, which was why the heavenly Tao shackles appeared. This was the brilliance of it. There was no way to break it outside, but the true location was inside the Heavenlock altar. The two were related, but also not. After all, the main purpose of this square formation was to block all the heavenly Tao energy outside. Under such circumstances, it would cause the heavenly Tao shackles to appear. The shackles of the Tao of heaven were not created by the square formation, but because of it, this square array is at the upper 7th rank. The person who set it up is no ordinary person either. Tianyan looked at the array. Actually, he could set it up, but he was too lazy to do so. To him, it was meaningless. He had no interest in captivity, only in destroying the evil spirit race's plan. Immediately after, he began to destroy the formation cores one by one. Fortunately, his grade was not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy them in a short period of time. Soon, under his destruction, the square formation was completely overturned. After the square formation was destroyed, the shackles of the heavenly Tao gradually disappeared, never to be seen again. After the heavenly shackles disappeared, waves of astonishing heavenly Tao energy surged over from all directions and entered the bodies of many cultivators. Quick, look, the wall above us is gone. Yes, yes. If the wall is really gone, doesn't that mean that we can escape? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and escape. Hurry up and leave this damned place. I don't want to see those outsiders anymore. When the cultivators saw that the heavenly Tao shackles had disappeared, they all rushed up, wanting to escape this place. However, before they could leave, a city lord immediately stopped them. Everyone calm down. This was broken by an expert. We have to wait for that expert to come. That expert said that he would bring us to a safe place. If we run away casually, I think we will be caught by those outsiders very quickly. The city lord's words calmed them down. They were about to go crazy, so when they saw that the wall above them had disappeared, they could finally escape. However, this was only a small portion of them who could escape, because most of them could not fly. So how could they escape? It was not just this city. The city lords of the other cities also told them not to move and to wait for the arrival of the experts. At this moment, All the city lords believed that Eteonyon could bring them away. When City Lord Wu went to tell them before, none of them believed him. Now it was different. The heavenly Tao shackles that had trapped them had disappeared, so they naturally believed him immediately. They believed that if even the heavenly Tao shackles could be broken, then it would not be difficult for him to bring them away. After following Eteonyon, he quickly arrived at Dongyue City. He found that a group of cultivators had already packed their things and were waiting for him. "Sir, they have already packed their things and brought everything they could with them. May I know where Sir is heading to now?" City Lord Wu hurried over, the shock in his heart reaching an extreme level. Initially, he was skeptical, not knowing if Eteonyon could break the heavenly Tao shackles. All along, the heavenly Tao shackles had trapped them for too long, making them think that they would never be able to break it in this lifetime. When he saw that the heavenly Tao shackles were really broken, he immediately felt that life was full of hope. Not only him, but the other cultivators too. He felt that he had welcomed a brand new life, as though he had come back to life. "Everyone, come in here." Eteonyon quickly threw out the 10,000 gods pagoda. They definitely could not enter his inner world, so he let them enter the 10,000 gods pagoda. The 10,000 gods pagoda could still carry quite a number of people. At least, it would not be a problem to put them all in. God! Miracle! When they saw the enlarged 10,000 gods pagoda, they were all stunned. They did not expect such a treasure to exist. They followed Eteonyon inside, and their hearts were filled with gratitude and awe. How could they not be shocked by such a method? Not to mention them. Even if it was someone of Eteonyon's cultivation, he would be stunned by such a method. Immediately, Eteonyon went to other cities and collected all the cultivators into the myriad divine tower. Needless to say, they were deeply shocked by Eteonyon's actions. None of them said a word and walked directly into the 10,000 gods pagoda. After all the cultivators had left, Eteonyon set the coordinates and flew out of the spatial zone. After flying out of the spatial zone, he realized that there were still many heavenly Tao shackles outside, which were divided into many regions. He casually looked around and saw that there were at least dozens of regions that were trapped by heavenly Tao shackles of different effects. Chapter 1553. Eteonyon was in a daze as he looked at the dozens of breeding grounds. He didn't expect so many people with ancient bloodlines to be trapped here and devoured one by one. It seemed that even though they didn't win the God-Emperor battle, they still managed to snatch a group of people away before retreating. This method was really fast. Clearly, they had even thought of a way out. In order to make a comeback, they had prepared everything. The heavenly energy in this area is so dense. It seems to be a grade 5 god realm area. Eteonyon looked around and said, "No, it should belong to the inner space, an independent space that is separated from the rest of the world." There was a stronger aura of a god realm here, but there was no core here, nor was there the natural feeling of the outside god realm. Instead, there was a sense of imprisonment. This was similar to the myriad worlds god realm, where there were countless small worlds. They were all opened up and guided in the heavenly energy from the outside. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. With so many people with ancient bloodlines here, if they were discovered or tried to escape, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Locking them up in a small world was undoubtedly a very wise choice. Correspondingly, Eteonyon still couldn't use the teleportation godstone here. After all, this was someone else's space. He couldn't use the teleportation godstone at will. Unless they left this space, there was no way out. From the side, it could be seen that the Almighty who set up this place was definitely of a very high level. In his opinion, the person who set up this place was at least an upper heavenly god and a grade 8 or grade 9 divine inscriber at that. Then he shifted his gaze to the other heavenly shackles. It seemed that saving them wouldn't be easy. If he wanted to open them up one by one, he would have to barge in one by one. If he saved them all and arranged them in the three realms God realm, his forces would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Thinking about it, they all had ancient bloodlines. Once they broke through, their cultivation would definitely be terrifying. Ancient bloodlines weren't something to be trifled with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used heavenly shackles to trap them. Let's find a way out first. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died. Eteonion was not in a hurry to save them. He wanted to find a way out first. If he didn't find a way out once a few powerful heavenly gods attacked him, he wouldn't even be able to protect his own life, let alone escape with his men. Eteonion quickly flew to other areas and released his spiritual awareness to the maximum in order to explore the surrounding area. If he wanted to leave, he would have to find the exit or forcefully break through the barrier. The former was the easiest to kill his way out, but it could also be said to be the most difficult. If the guards were strong, it would naturally be difficult for him to break out. The latter was not simple either. This world that had been opened up was not bad in the first place. So how could it be destroyed so easily? Therefore, Eteonion's first choice was naturally the exit. Even if there were experts present, there was still a chance that they could kill their way out if they were to clash head-on. Very quickly, Eteonion found the exit. After carefully inspecting it, he discovered that there were not two strong guards there, but they were not very weak either. Two lower-level heavenly gods. Two lower-level heavenly gods as guards here. It was really a big deal. As expected of a fifth-grade god domain area, the guards were so strong. However, this was an extremely important area, so it was not surprising that heavenly gods would be arranged to guard it. Two heavenly gods. Not bad. Eteonion felt that he could still charge through. As long as there were not a few more guards, there would not be any pressure. Then he set the teleportation coordinates here. The teleportation god's stone could not leave this area, but it did not mean that it could not move within this area. This was like a room with a locked door, but it did not mean that one could not walk freely in the room. After investigating clearly, he immediately turned around and flew to other areas. If he looked from the outside, it would be very easy to find the entrance. If he looked from the inside, it would not be easy to find the entrance. Previously, the Heavenlock altar could only be easily found through the memories of the evil spirit race. If he were to find it, it would take some effort. The Heavenlock altar was too hidden, and it had been blessed by a 6th or 7th grade divine carving master, which meant that it was about the same level as him. Under such circumstances, it would naturally not be easy to find it. Let's go here first. Eteonion randomly chose a relatively close one and rushed in one breath. There was actually a door inside, and it was completely closed. This door did not need any key. It only needed enough strength to open it. This was why 2 middle-level heavenly venerables were needed. This door needed 2 middle-level heavenly venerables to open together, which was enough to show how much strength was needed to open it. However, this was not a problem for him. He flew over and slammed into the door. With a boom, the door was ruthlessly smashed open. Don't forget, he had the strengthened version of the heaven-shaking divine art, which could make his body rapidly heavier, so that he could knock over everything. After the door was smashed open, the guards inside looked over respectfully. They thought that some lord had opened the door and entered. However, when they saw that it was a human, they were all dumbfounded. Eteonion could not be bothered to talk to them, so he killed them with a flip of his hand. Before they died, they never thought that a human would come over. Didn't they say that they were on the same side? After killing the guards, he quickly flew inside and destroyed the square formation inside. Basically, the square formation was more or less the same. The only difference was that there was a bit more strength to increase the effect. Eteonyon quickly destroyed the square formation. In less than a moment, the square formation was destroyed. The Heavenlock immediately disappeared. Many cultivators inside suddenly raised their heads. When they saw the Heavenlock disappear, they really did not know what was going on. I have broken the heavenly Tao shackles, but there are many outsiders out there. If you want to run away, you will have to enter my treasure. Eteonyon said to Eteonyon, I have broken the heavenly Tao shackles, but there are many outsiders outside. The 10,000 divine pagoda once again became bigger and descended. When many cultivators saw it, they were slightly stunned. Then, they all ran in without hesitation. No one would doubt Eteonyon's words. Firstly, Eteonyon was not from the evil spirit race. Secondly, he helped them destroy the Heavenlock. No matter what, he could not be a bad person. If he was a bad person, why would he spend so much effort? Usually, he would come here to kill countless companions. It was impossible for him to play any new tricks. So Eteonyon just said one sentence, and they immediately rushed in, and all of a sudden they all evacuated. They could not be bothered to clean up. Escape first. Chapter 1554. After Eteonyon saved an area, he quickly went to the next area to save even more cultivators. Their reactions did not change much. They were all the same as before. After seeing him, they crazily rushed in without any hesitation. They had all suffered the corresponding damage, so they naturally knew what to choose. They had been hunted by the evil spirit race, and now that there was help, they would definitely be here soon. This saved Eteonyon a lot of trouble, and he did not need to waste his breath to explain anything. However, with other cultivators around, they would know what to choose after taking a look. Therefore, saving them one by one was not a big problem. Hurry up and come in, there's not much time left. Eteonyon had already broken through the 8th one. The square formation of the Heavenlock altar was similar, so it was not difficult to break through. It was mainly because they cooperated well that he was able to save the 8th one so quickly. However, there were still many areas that had not been saved, and there were still many areas that were being held captive. Therefore, he had to be fast enough. Once he was detected and an expert was sent over, it would be difficult for him to continue saving them. Right now, he could save as many as he could. He definitely could not save all of them. He did not believe that this place would be so bad. If he only appeared after saving all of them, then he would really be a bunch of idiots. So this is the problem. At this moment, a figure appeared at the side. A lower-level heavenly god appeared out of thin air. When he saw Eteonyon continuously letting cultivators enter the 10,000 divine pagoda, he was stunned. He did not even know what was going on, but there was an extra human here. As the manager of this place, by the time he reacted to what was wrong, 8 areas had already been broken through, and a large number of cultivators had been rescued. The key was that he did not know, so how could a human come in? He did not receive any news at all, nor did he receive any information about the invasion. Everything was so unknown. He did not understand what was going on, but 8 areas had already disappeared. Just a heavenly god. Eteonyon saw that the person who came was a heavenly god of the evil spirit race, a patrolman or something like that. Fortunately, there were not a few of them at the same time. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to deal with. If there was only one, then it would be much easier to deal with. It was practically a free EXP. How dare you, human? How did you get in? The evil spirit race's heavenly god was furious as he tried to grab Eteonyon. He wanted to know how Eteonyon came in. There was no message from the other side of the passage, but Eteonyon managed to sneak in. Actually, Eteonyon didn't want this to happen. Who knew that the space could be transferred here? Spatial turbulence was truly unpredictable. One could be teleported to a strange region at any time. It was also possible for one to be teleported to another faction's territory. Everything was filled with the unknown. If it weren't for the spatial turbulence, he wouldn't have known that there were so many cultivators in captivity here. When Tianyun saw that his opponent had not used his full strength, he knew that he had been completely underestimated. This was the advantage of having a weak cultivation base. As long as one didn't know him, they would think that he was just an ordinary lower Empyrean. Under such circumstances, the opponent would definitely not use more than half of his strength. After all, no matter how much strength he used, it was all in vain. With such a huge gap in cultivation, what was the point of spending so much strength? Was he trying to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife? The main thing was that the opponent wanted to catch Tianyun, so it was impossible for him to use his full strength. He wanted to know where Tianyun sneaked in. When the evil spirit, heavenly god, saw that Tianyun didn't dodge, he thought that Tianyun had given up struggling, so he continued to grab him. Just as the evil spirit, heavenly god, was about to touch Tianyun's power instantly exploded to the maximum, and the evil spirit, heavenly god, was already decapitated. Before his consciousness disappeared, he didn't understand what happened, and he was already killed. "Thank you for your patronage." Tianyun's voice sounded behind him, and then his head was completely punctured and turned into a pile of blood mist. Heavenly gods were also insta-killed. This was especially so for those who were very stupid and often underestimated their enemies. They were even more easily insta-killed. Successfully killed evil spirit, heavenly god. Reward: 6 million compressed EXP, 50. 000 compressed CPS, 30. 000 compressed SBS. Obtained evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, heavenly lord level. Reward: 100,000 compressed EXP for killing a heavenly god. Obtaining evil spirit bloodline again made Tianyun's eyes light up. His evil spirit puppet has reached its peak, and now he can get this kind of thing again. It means that sneaking into the enemy's forces is not difficult at all. This method is tried and tested. Absolutely no one can recognize it, and it allows him to save all the cultivators. Of course, his cultivation is still low. If he appears here, he will definitely be suspected. EXP is so much. One by one stupid heavenly god comes here. That's cool. Tianyun was very satisfied and continued to signal other cultivators to come in. Those cultivators were stunned. They couldn't see the attack method clearly, but when the evil spirit heavenly god appeared, they felt their legs soften, and they didn't even have the courage to escape. But now it was killed by Tianyun in a second. It is really scary. After killing a heavenly god, other heavenly gods quickly came over. This time, they didn't appear alone, but in groups. What's going on? A human actually came in. From the looks of it, it's a lower-level heavenly venerable. When they saw Tianyun, all of them frowned, not understanding what was going on. Why would a human sneak in? Tianyun looked around. 6 heavenly gods appeared in one go, as expected of a grade 5 god realm existence. Heavenly gods are really a common existence, but under the investigation of the appraisal, it is clear that the reason why there are so many heavenly gods is because they have absorbed other people's ancient bloodlines. Under the nourishment of such pure bloodlines, how could they not improve by leaps and bounds? Therefore, compared to cultivators outside, it is much easier for them to break through. No matter what the situation is, we will know once we capture him. They didn't think too much. They just wanted to capture Tianyun first. Immediately, 2 heavenly gods surrounded him. The other heavenly gods stood guard at the side, still misled by Tianyun's cultivation. With this kind of cultivation, sending 2 heavenly gods is already thinking highly of him, let alone killing all of them. Tianyan gripped the five-dragon divine spear tightly, the corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. Then, I will accept these two heavenly gods without hesitation, as long as the battle is close enough. He has absolute confidence that his opponents won't even have a chance to react. So what if they are heavenly gods? After breaking through, with full power, he can still kill them in a second. Kill. As soon as he got close, Tianyan immediately moved. He used teleportation and flashed behind them, then he swung his spear at them. Although it looked like a stab, it was actually several hundred stabs, directly turning them into a mist of blood. Chapter 1555. A celestial god was easily killed, and a large pile of experience and materials surged toward him again. Following that, Tianyan teleported to the back of another celestial god and attacked again, easily killing another celestial god. Ding! Successfully killed celestial god, evil spirit. Obtained 6 million experience points. Piles and piles of experience points flooded in, making him feel extremely comfortable. Level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully breaking through to late-stage lower celestial lord. After killing so many celestial gods, it was finally enough for him to level up, so he did not hesitate to level up. After breaking through to late-stage lower celestial god, his overall strength increased by a large margin again, and the corresponding effects of other skills were suppressed a lot. The increase in cultivation brought about the compression of skills, but when released, it was still extremely heaven-defying. After all, the foundation was there. Even if it was increased by dozens of times, it was still a heaven-defying level. He was now getting experience points, and was about to level up. Especially when facing so many powerhouses, he definitely had to level up to deal with them. Now that he had not come back to his senses, he was afraid that when he came back to his senses, he would go all out, and then he would not be so easy to deal with. He did not want to let this group of bastards go, and he would kill as many as he could, especially with so many experience points. If he killed a few more, he would be able to rush to late-stage Celestial Lord. It's a pity that these guys absorbed so many ancient bloodlines, but the bloodlines that came out are still so trash. Tianyan shook his head. Absorbing the power of other people's bloodlines only strengthened his own bloodlines. There was no big change. What? When they saw their companions killed, they were all shocked. It was just a blink of an eye, and before they could even react, they were already killed, not even having a chance to rescue them. Damn it, this kid is strange. Let's subdue him together. After they came to, they all released their celestial god power to attack. This time, they did not dare to take it lightly. 2 of their companions who were not inferior to them were easily killed. It meant that Tianyan's strength was definitely not weak. Therefore, they did not dare to relax, directly exploding their powerful celestial god power, but they did not completely explode with their strongest power. In their opinion, with so many people surrounding them, how could they not be able to catch one person? Those who were instantly killed were mainly due to carelessness, which led to such a situation. This time, as many as 5 powerhouses came, and all directions were blocked, so they had full confidence that they could catch Tianyan. They still want to catch him alive, not kill him casually. There must be an explanation here. If there is only one corpse left, they will be, as patrols here. Under normal circumstances, they will be patrolling. But they just happened. There was only one exit of demon, and they would have it. Who would have thought that it would suddenly appear? By the time they realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Of them, they will be, and Dragon King, and Celestial Demon. Dragon of the Celestial Race Sect. Tianyan's eyes were cold, and he immediately threw a lot of crazy point into Dragon and Phoenix divine vein. Of he of Dragon, he Dragon, he Dragon, Dragon, Dragon of Dragon, he of Dragon, 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 he of Dragon, Etionyan didn't hesitate to upgrade Dragon. Phoenix Divine Meridian, this is a good thing. Naturally, he needs to upgrade it. After the upgrade, the power is greatly enhanced. It can increase the power and speed. This is what he needs now. Powerful power is added to the weapon. The attack penetration is a little stronger. Killing many heavenly gods gave him enough crazy points to upgrade his bloodline. Unfortunately, crazy damage mode still can't be upgraded. If he wants to upgrade crazy mode, he must upgrade it to heavenly god stage. Obviously, even if the conditions to upgrade is met, there is a level limit. But it doesn't matter. The rest of the divine skills can be upgraded. Go! Etionyan used all his power, and his speed soared. Many heavenly gods only saw a blur in front of them. Immediately after, one of the heavenly gods used his fastest speed to block the attack, but his reaction was still half a beat too slow. The 5 dragons' roar skill whistled out, and the heavenly god's body was torn apart. At the moment when the heavenly god was torn apart, Etionyan threw his spear again, and the heavenly god's soul burst. In an instant, a heavenly god was successfully killed. The first one. Etionyan's eyes were cold, and he rushed behind the other heavenly gods again. The dragon and phoenix phantom behind him became bigger and bigger, enveloping this area. This made his speed even more amazing. Immediately after, he rushed to the side of another heavenly god and threw his spear again. Even if the other party had defense, he was still killed. This is the result of underestimating the enemy. This is the same as the previous heavenly god Xiuxing. After 2 of his companions were killed in a row, only then did he realize that Etionyan is not simple. He immediately summoned all the Empyrean spirit treasures to suppress Etionyan. He can immediately repel or even seriously injure him. Heavenly gods are not cabbages, and it is not so easy to cultivate. But once the enemy is underestimated, let alone lower heavenly gods, even middle heavenly gods will be killed. Unless these heavenly gods cultivate some amazing martial art that makes their defense extremely strong, the kind that is difficult to penetrate. After killing a heavenly god, he then turned to attack another heavenly god without any delay. What he needs to do now is to kill them one by one while they are stunned and haven't used their full strength. If he can kill one, then he counts. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill them later. He is very strong, and his speed is even stronger. Use all your strength. Use all your strength. One of the heavenly gods immediately reacted, and with a furious roar, he released all the Empyrean spirit treasures, except for the heavenly god's spirit treasures. It seems that even for them, heavenly god spirit treasures are not so easy to obtain. Perhaps only an even stronger existence can obtain them. This is also related to their cultivation. They are all early-stage, lower heavenly gods, not even late-stage lower heavenly gods. One by one, the evil spirit heavenly gods immediately erupted with their strongest power, summoning their Empyrean spirit treasures, no longer daring to underestimate Etionyan. But just as they were about to summon their Empyrean spirit treasures, Etionyan had already rushed to the side of another heavenly god and started beating him up. As the other party had already summoned their Empyrean spirit treasures, they could still resist a little in a hurry. However, once Etionyan's attacks are unleashed, they have to be stained with blood. Violent attacks, crazy attacks, 5 dragons roared in all directions, forcibly breaking through the other party's hasty defenses, and directly attacking the other party's body. Boom. Chapter 1556. Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit god. Obtained 6 million compressed experience points. Once again, piles of experience points flooded in. In a short while, 2 heavenly gods were killed just like that. In addition to the one killed before, that was 3 heavenly gods. 3 of the heavenly gods that were hard to nurture were killed just like that. For any force, a heavenly god was a great deal. But in Etionyan's hands, They were really like cabbages, easily killed, harvesting their lives. Damn it, this guy is very strong. Now that they had completely woken up, they realized that someone who could sneak in was indeed not a simple person. But if they used their full strength, they were confident that they could withstand Yi Qianyun's attack and even stop him. Unless Yi Qianyun's strength could increase a lot, in their opinion, they would definitely be able to subdue him. No matter how strong he is, this is the end. They flew into a rage, preparing to seal off the entire area, not letting Yi Qianyun escape. Yi Qianyun smiled at them and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye." The next moment, Yi Qianyun's figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot, causing them to miss their target. After killing them, Yi Qianyun immediately used the teleportation god stone. As long as they did not seal off the space, he could still use it. When they were about to seal off the space, the teleportation god stone was already activated, allowing him to easily escape from this area and arrive at the exit. Looks like I can only save a portion of the people. It's time to go. Yi Qianyun immediately rushed to the exit, and just as he rushed in, he saw the guards. The guards also saw him, but they were stunned at first, and their reaction was exactly the same as the others. They were all frightened by a human cultivator. There were many cultivators in captivity, but there was absolutely no human, not a single one. This meant that someone had sneaked in, and they still did not know. This was the only entrance. Could it be that the space in other places had been broken? While they were still in a daze, Yi Qianyun had already charged over, directly unleashing his full strength, taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't summoned their Empyrean spirit treasures. He had already ruthlessly attacked. One of the heavenly deity guards was caught off guard and was easily killed by Yi Qianyun. Who would have thought that a lower-level Empyrean could erupt with such a formidable strength, especially when they were wondering how Yi Qianyun got in, successfully killed evil spirit heavenly god. Reward, 6 million EXP, 50, 000, compressed crazy point, 30, 000 SP obtained evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone. You have successfully killed someone of a higher level. You have received an additional 100,000 compressed experience points. As soon as the experience bar popped up, Yi Qianyun once again attacked another heavenly guardian. Only now did the heavenly guardian react, throwing out an Empyrean spirit treasure to counterattack. A hasty counterattack for Yi Qianyun is not enough. Die. Yi Qianyun seemed to have transformed into a gigantic dragon. The 5-dragon divine spear in his hand pierced through, immediately piercing through the counterattack power, piercing through the divine guard. Bang! The divine guard immediately exploded into a pile of blood mist, turning into a pile of EXP. 2 heavenly gods were killed so easily, and Yi Qianyun got a pile of EXP. Then he continued to rush forward, passing through a passage. A few heavenly gods appeared on the side. This passage is not long, but it is not short either. What Yi Qianyun explored before was just the periphery. After entering, there are other areas. But this is not a problem for him. He rushed out in one breath. After these heavenly gods saw him, they intercepted him. Bold intruder, where do you think you are going? When they saw Yi Qianyun flying over, they thought he was trying to escape, so they intercepted him. But when they rushed over, they found that Yi Qianyun didn't run away directly, but rushed towards them without even trying to hide. They had never seen their companions being killed in an instant before. They were all scattered in other areas, so they did not notice the situation immediately. It has to be said that their laziness gave Yi Qianyun an opportunity to take advantage of. They have been at ease for too long, there has been no enemy invasion, and nothing happened, so they will not be tense every day. They will occasionally slack off. Yi Qianyun did not waste time with them, smashing over in one breath. With a boom, he directly killed a heavenly god, and then killed another heavenly god guard. His speed is not slow, it can be said to soar to the extreme. The increase in his cultivation caused his overall strength to greatly increase. It is simply like meeting a god, killing a god, meeting a Buddha, killing a Buddha. Monster. They were all shocked. A lower-level heavenly lord can burst out with such a strong power. Is he really a lower-level heavenly lord? They quickly reacted, and then summoned their heavenly lord spiritual treasures to attack. Tianyan still did not retreat, still killing the 5-dragon divine spear pierced out, killing another heavenly god. Breakthrough for me. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyan for successfully breaking through to the early level of Heavenly Lord. Boom! The Heavenly God Guard, who originally wanted to suppress Tianyan, immediately felt an explosive force surge. Over. It can still be stronger? They were all trembling. How could they still erupt? Upon closer inspection, his eyeballs almost popped out. He had actually broken through in the blink of an eye. Shouldn't breaking through be done slowly? How could he break through while fighting? This was too strange, right? Die. Tianyan's gaze was ice cold towards these evil spirit race. He did not show the slightest bit of mercy. Every attack was absolutely fatal. In one breath, he rushed over and killed several more heavenly gods in succession. They could not even block him. The level of these heavenly gods was actually quite average. In this lifetime, they would most likely end up as lower-level heavenly gods. Otherwise, they would not be here as guards. Therefore, after Tianyan broke through, his combat strength had already reached the level of a lower-level heavenly god. Compared to an ordinary lower-level heavenly god, he was a level stronger. As long as the other party did not completely erupt with power, he could kill them. Sure enough, after leveling up, killing these guys is much easier. Tianyan continued to kill, forcibly killing a path of blood. Originally, he wanted to sneak out, but now he did not even need to sneak out. He could directly kill his way out. After killing his way out, he finally came out of this world. After killing his way out, Tianyan was completely stunned. What entered his eyes was still the same star domain, but the aura it gave him was not a 5th-grade god domain, but a 4th-grade god domain. He did not expect this area to be in a 4th-grade god domain, not a 5th-grade god domain. Chapter 1557. Tianyan would never have thought that he would be in the Myriad Realms god realm. This was the region near the vast god sect. It was still quite a distance away from the vast god sect, but it was still in the same region. He didn't expect it to be so close. He thought it would be in the 5th-grade god realm. Forget about this misjudgment. He didn't expect it to be so close. This shocked him. He didn't expect a breeding ground to be so close. How could so many people not discover it? However, the guards were so strong, so no one would dare to attack recklessly unless they wanted to die. Looks like I should leave first. Tianyan immediately flew away. There were still many heavenly gods inside. If a powerful heavenly god came out, it would be hard for him to escape. Then, he immediately used the teleportation god stone to escape to the vast god sect instead of flying. If a powerful heavenly god chased after him, he would still be caught with his speed. Sure enough, after he left, there were heavenly deities who charged out from inside, their auras overbearing. The one who came out was a medium heavenly god. His eyes were like torches as he looked around, but he didn't find any suspicious cultivators. Where are they? The medium heavenly god's eyes were filled with killing intent. When he found out that so many of his subordinates had died, he had the urge to vomit blood. He didn't expect this to happen. He was just in seclusion for a bit, and this happened. How could he not vomit blood? Evil spirit race. At this moment, a cultivator happened to pass by. When they saw this medium heavenly god, they were all stunned. The evil spirit race had a very bad reputation, and they weren't welcomed here. If they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. They would definitely be chased out or killed. Die. The mid-level heavenly god stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion, crushing that divine lord like he was crushing an ant. His cultivation was too low, so he killed him directly. Their identities couldn't be seen here. The guards outside weren't from the evil spirit race. This was a cover. Now that they were discovered, they would definitely be killed. Damn it, where did they go? The evil spirit god searched everywhere. With his current identity, he really couldn't just wander around here. After searching for a while, he had no choice but to quickly return to his territory. I can't find him at all. This fellow really is fast. Empyrean god, Val's spirit had an ugly look on his face. There were quite a few Empyrean gods in front of him, and all of them had their heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze in the slightest. They couldn't even catch a single person. How could they have the face to see anyone? Now that he had committed a grave mistake, he did not dare to look him in the eye. A human of the lower celestial realm cultivation base. He's running away just like that. Are you still heavenly gods? In my opinion, you're not even comparable to a Star Lord. The heavenly spirit, God, roared with rage. They could only lower their heads and listen. How could they dare to retort? Seeing that they didn't say a word, the evil spirit deity shook his head. We can't stay here any longer. That human will definitely spread the news of this place. At that time, if we get surrounded, this place will be destroyed. Yes, they didn't say much and immediately went to relocate. This world could be moved, although it would take some effort. It was better than not being able to move and directly destroying this place, right? Especially after being discovered. It would be a huge problem. It was equivalent to exposing the things that they had been hiding all along. How could it not be a huge problem? After Etianyan rushed back to the vast divine sect, he immediately saw the sword ruler, heavenly venerate, and the others. Little junior brother, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? When the sword ruler, heavenly venerate, saw Etianyan coming over, he smiled and said, "Speaking of which, Master came to ask us previously if you were back. It's good that you're fine. You made Master very worried and thought that you were swept away by the spatial turbulence." I was really swept away by the spatial turbulence. They were all stunned, sizing up Etianyan. He was swept away by the spatial turbulence, yet he could still return so smoothly and without any injuries. This matter is very important now. I need Master's help. Where's Master? Did he go back? Etianyan asked. Yes, he already went back. There are still many things to do in the heaven cultivation deity realm. Is there anything? If there's anything, you can tell us. We can help you. The sword ruler, heavenly venerate, and the others were puzzled. It's a very important matter, but your cultivation is too low. There's no way you can help at all. Etianyan shook his head. The opponents were all heavenly deities. Their cultivation bases were all heavenly venerates. How could they help? They looked at each other and immediately knew the seriousness of the situation. Then I'll go and ask Master for help first. I'll tell you the details when the time comes. Etianyan did not hesitate and turned to leave. He knew that if he did not hurry, he would not make it in time. He knew that the other party would definitely move immediately and would not stay here obediently. After he went out, he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to head to the heaven cultivation deity realm, leaving the sword ruler, heavenly venerate looking at each other. Speaking of which, little junior brother's cultivation seems to have broken through to the middle level, heavenly venerate. It seems so. They looked at each other and trembled violently, feeling that it was a little unbelievable. how long had it been, and he had broken through. When Tianyan quickly rushed to the heaven cultivation deity realm, he immediately came to the temple where the great Devis was. "Hey, Tianyan, it's great that you're fine. I was worried that you would be swept away by the space turbulence. It's good that you're fine." Disciple was indeed swept away by the space turbulence, and I was swept to a very strange place. Long story short, Disciple will now pass on to you what happened. Tianyan immediately passed on the corresponding memory scene. No matter what, it was not as real as the scene. After the great Devis looked at it, his original calmness turned to anger and then to shock. He did not expect that there would be so many ancient level cultivators in captivity. That's the general situation. There are many experts there. If we don't hurry over, they will be transferred immediately, Tianyan said in a deep voice. "Okay, I'll send someone over now." The great Devis did not hesitate. This matter was of great importance. If he rescued so many ancient level cultivators, he could definitely strengthen the forces here. If they sent people over to rescue, they would definitely be taken away. Tianyan knew that this would happen, but there was no other way. He could not swallow them all in one go. His strength was still not enough. Moreover, if the great Devis went to rescue, he could also make a great contribution to himself, and his status would rise. For him, there were also many benefits. Chapter 1558. The great Devis was swift and decisive. He immediately summoned a large number of powerhouses. Although they were dissatisfied, they could only obey the great elder's words. After all, the great Devis had a region master as his father. "Great elder, where are we going?" They all felt unhappy. To leave without even explaining what the situation was. It's a very important matter. You will know when the time comes. It's hard to say for now, but we'll talk about it when we arrive. The great Devis said in a low voice, "Let's go at full speed." The speed of the spirit ship soared to its fastest speed. They were also using the best spirit ship. At the same time, the great Devis placed cores on the spirit ship as if they didn't cost anything. After some spirit ships were modified, they could use cores. With the support of the cores, their speed rose to a terrifying degree. They could instantly pass through half of the divine realm and soon pass through an entire divine realm. He knew that they had to be fast. If the other party changed directions, then they would miss. He knew what this meant to him. This was absolutely a great merit. In his heart, he was grateful to Tianyan. Every time Tianyan brings good luck to him, it really makes him feel very happy. Recruiting this disciple is the most worthwhile. As the many elders saw the great Devis use the cores, they didn't know what to do. Unless it was an urgent situation, no one would use them like this. The cores were so valuable. If they were to use them recklessly, it would be very painful. "Great elder, you brought us all out. There are no elders in the heavenly cultivation divine realm. If you don't explain what is going on, then that is disrespect to us." They originally had some complaints, so now that they were suddenly pulled out, how could they feel happy? This is a battle. I estimate that there will soon be a battle. You had best prepare yourselves. As long as you are prepared, it will be a great merit. The great Devis didn't directly say this because he didn't tell them the details. Everything would have to wait until they arrived. A great merit. They frowned. Was there anything they could do to earn a great merit? Excavate the ancient heavenly god ruins. Or was it a special mission? Everything was unclear. He felt that the boundless heavenly deity was bragging a little. Until now, they did not know what they could do to make a great contribution. The great Devis didn't say much and continued to accelerate forward at full speed. This made them feel unhappy again. Wasn't this clearly whetting their appetite? Even after asking for so long, he didn't say anything more. "We're here." The great Devis controlled the spirit ship and charged into the myriad worlds god realm. When they saw that they had entered the myriad worlds god realm, they all looked at each other. Could it be that the vast divine sect has been invaded? But even if the vast divine sect was invaded, would they be able to pull us over at will? That's right. How is this a great merit? It's just a small matter. They complained and felt very unhappy. He had some expectations before, but now it seemed like it was all nonsense. What great merit! It was a complete scam. They didn't hide it at all. They began to discuss behind the great Devis's back, and all of them wanted to leave. I remember that the rule of the heaven cultivation god realm is to listen to the instructions of a higher level. Have you all forgotten? The great Devis frowned. They hadn't even started fighting, but it was already a mess here. That's right, but that's a different matter. This is your personal matter. We can choose to refuse. Moreover, this has nothing to do with the heaven cultivation god realm. We can refuse even more. One of the elders was extremely unhappy. Good. If you don't wanna, you can leave now. The great Devis said coldly. If you want to leave, I won't accompany you. Several of the elders quickly left, and Eteonion didn't say anything. He just let them go. Fortunately, only some of the elders left. There were still many elders who stayed. Most of them supported the great Devis. Even the second elder, who had been defeated by the great Devis, didn't leave. He smelled something different. It was very likely that they weren't going to save the vast divine sect. However, he didn't ask. He would know the truth later. After the great Devis watched them leave, he said to the remaining elders, "There will be a big battle later. Please unite against the enemy. Don't be careless. The enemy is the evil spirit race." Evil spirit race. A cold light burst out of their eyes, but there was more killing intent. They didn't expect that they were going to deal with the evil spirit race. This was something that they had not expected. That's right, it's the evil spirit race. This is the area that my disciple found. It's hidden in the myriad worlds god realm. As for the rest, you'll find out very soon. It's a little late now, mainly because some of the elders have arrived too late and are stalling for time. Therefore, it's very likely that there will be some changes. As he spoke, he controlled the spirit ship and flew towards the evil spirit race's territory. Soon, he arrived outside the passage. Then, without hesitation, he rushed in, activating the spirit ship and piercing through it. There were still 1 or 2 heavenly gods inside. Before they could react, the spirit ship had already passed by. After charging in, everyone saw the heavenly Tao shackles. They didn't know what was sealed inside. However, they did see the evil spirit race, who was moving to the side. More than half of them have already been moved. Eteonion swept his gaze over and discovered that those areas had all been taken away. There were only a few areas left. This speed was really fast. They were already fast enough, but they didn't expect the other party to be even faster. It really is the evil spirit race. When they saw it, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that there really was an evil spirit race. Killing the evil spirit race couldn't be considered a great contribution. It could only be considered as carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. But very quickly, they noticed that the evil spirit race was unlocking the heavenly Tao shackles, revealing groups of cultivators inside. The cultivation of those cultivators seems to be a little low. No, their auras are very different, a bit like an ancient aura. It really is. Could it be that they were all captured by the evil spirit race and trapped here? If they are all ancient bloodlines, then this is more than just a great contribution. They instantly went crazy. This was truly a great contribution. It was simply too great. Thinking back to the elders who had left in anger, they felt some sympathy. When they settled the matter here, all of them would have merit. As for the elders who had left, they could only watch from the side. Chapter 1559. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the spirit ship and charged toward Heavenly God, Evil Spirit. They immediately cooperated and circled around each other, forming a joint formation. Only then would it be easier to deal with them. Moreover, they were companions to begin with. If they worked together, it would be much easier to deal with them. The Heavenly God, Evil Spirit's expressions changed when he saw them charging over. He didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. They thought that even if Eteonyon escaped, it would take him some time to catch up. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would bring so many powerful cultivators, more than a dozen heavenly gods. More than a dozen heavenly gods was more than half of the powerful cultivators of the cultivation god realm. The great Devis's eyes lit up when he saw the situation. He hadn't made a wasted trip. As long as he could see something, he would have done a good job. Master, they've already evacuated many areas. They're too fast. Eteonyon shook his head. He thought they were fast enough, but they were even faster. They first unlocked the heavenly Tao shackles, then took the people away, and quickly left. They were powerful cultivators, so they could directly take them into their inner worlds without any effect. Originally, these small worlds could be moved, but with the heavenly Tao shackles, it wouldn't be so easy to evacuate. They could only obediently unlock them first, then take them into their inner worlds and take them away. It was that simple. It was simple, but it would take a bit of time. If they directly took the small worlds and left, they would really have come empty-handed. It's fine. As long as we can gain something, it's a victory. The great Devis laughed. Stay here for now. Leave this to us. It looks like there are a lot of powerful cultivators here. We'll have to ask for reinforcements. There were many heavenly god Evil Spirit here, so it would take some effort to deal with them. Since Eteonyon had killed many of them, they didn't need to deal with too many. How dare you trespass on our territory? At this time, the medium heavenly deity descended. His incomparably powerful aura pressed down, causing all of them to freeze. They were actually forced to a stop. There were many elders present, but none of them were at the level of an intermediate heavenly god. This was the difference between a grade 5 god realm and a grade 4 god realm. If the other party stayed in a grade 4 god realm, it was very likely that he had a grade 5 god realm backing him up. When the great Devis saw that it was a mid-level celestial god, his face darkened. He didn't think that there would be such a powerful being here, but it wasn't unexpected. It was impossible that there were no experts guarding this place. It was just a little too strong. Your territory? The great Devis said coldly. The evil spirit race also has territory in this area. You vile creatures, haven't you harmed enough cultivators in the battle of God Emperors? I didn't expect you to not know your place and even imprison so many cultivators here. They were all extremely disgusted with the evil spirit race. Most of the forces were extremely disgusted with the evil spirit race. It was impossible to wipe them all out. They were so widely distributed that it was impossible to wipe them all out. Thus, there were still some evil spirit race left. As long as they did not get close to him, they would not care. Now that they were in the myriad realms god realm, they felt extremely disgusted. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the great Devis. People from the heaven cultivation god realm still dare to interfere. Heavenly God Valen sneered. Be sensible and pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, your heaven cultivation god realm will have no place here. This evil spirit god was threatening instead, not afraid of the great Devis at all. It seems like you still recognize me, the great Devis said indifferently. I didn't expect that I would be quite famous. Of course, a hothead. Why wouldn't I know? Heavenly God Valen said disdainfully, your heaven cultivation god realm can still survive in a grade 4 god realm, but what about a grade 5 god realm? Think carefully. Don't think too highly of yourself. Don't really think that the other god realms will have a problem with us. His words were very straightforward and even carried a threat. To put it bluntly, his backer was a grade 5 god realm. Why would the great Devis dare to mess around? The rest of the elders immediately did not dare to move. Thinking about it carefully, the pressure was really great. If they were suppressed by a grade 5 god realm, they might really be seriously injured. What a joke! If you were so calm, why were you in such a hurry to retreat? Why didn't you just open up and let everyone watch? The great Devis sneered. Don't think that we're all fools. You're just stalling for time now. All of you attack. If they were so domineering, they would have come at us directly or attacked everywhere. What was the point of hiding? Itianyan smiled at the side. As expected of his master, he was not scared by a few simple words. If he was scared by this, then he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. From all the aspects, they just didn't want to be exposed. If they were exposed casually, there would definitely be big problems. I think you're the real joke, and an idiot at that. Heavenly God, Wallen said coldly. When did I say that I would come at you directly? I will slowly kill you, secretly and slowly. If you have the ability, why don't you try? They did not dare to do anything openly, but they could do it secretly. Continuous sneak attacks could still cripple a god realm. The elders had ugly expressions. What they feared the most was a sneak attack from behind. It would definitely be very difficult to deal with. The great Devis looked at him with narrowed eyes. When he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from behind. So what if you want to fight? At this time, a heavenly god walked out from the passage behind them. He stepped on the void and instantly appeared beside them. This person was none other than Regent Lord Xiutian. Regent Lord Xiutian's cultivation was at the mid-level heavenly god level. He felt no pressure against him. The opponent was only an early-level heavenly venerable, so there was naturally no problem. Regent Lord Xiutian. They were excited and were just about to say whether or not they should leave. Now that Regent Lord Xiutian had come, they had to decide what to do. Regent Lord Xiutian. The great Devis also stood respectfully at the side. Child, you've done well. The cultivation heaven domain Lord lightly smiled, revealing a rare smile. Thinking back to how he had always had an ice-cold face before, it had never had any effect, but now he smiled. We just can't lower our heads, especially to the evil spirit race. Chapter 1560. Of course, Empyrean God Wallen was not one of the main culprits. The faction behind him, the evil spirit race, was one of the main culprits. Many factions loathed them, especially those that had been destroyed in the past. They definitely did not want to let the main culprits go. Empyrean God Wallen's expression darkened. As expected, there were still people who knew the truth. Even though Regent Lord Xiutian was not an ancient-level existence, he still knew a lot of details. This meant that the Xiutian God Realm's foundation was rather ancient. Perhaps there was an ancient-level existence behind them. Based on this situation, there was definitely an expert supporting them. Otherwise, how could Regent Lord Xiutian be so confident? Speechless. Regent Lord Xiutian sneered. A bunch of shameless fools. You still want to threaten us? Even if we die, we won't let you go. Back then, we were also destroyed by you. As soon as Regent Lord Xiutian finished speaking, he charged toward Empyrean God Wallen. At the same time, he said coldly, "Attack!" Regent Lord Xiutian did not waste time. The main thing was that reinforcements had also arrived. Immediately, many more Empyrean gods rushed over and completely sealed off the area, not letting them escape. Region Lord Xiuqian had wasted so much time talking to them because he was waiting for reinforcements. Only then would he be completely confident. Before coming, he had said a few more words to stall for time. Now, it was different. As soon as reinforcements arrived, they would immediately attack. Go! After hearing the order, the great Devis and the others were invigorated. They charged over and surrounded them. This time, the Empyrean gods they had brought had a suppressive effect. As for Yi Tianyun, he was left to the side. They thought that he could not deal with the Empyrean gods, so he was left to the side. Damn it, let's fight. Empyrean God Wallen was furious. They were all trapped inside. Even if there were other passages, they could not easily escape. So many people had caught up. How could they escape? Thus, they could only fight head-on. Immediately, they collided. A battle between Empyrean gods had begun. The Xiuqian god realm situation was undoubtedly better. After joining forces to form a formation, it would be easier to suppress them. However, the situation wasn't much better. These Empyrean gods were simply too powerful. After devouring quite a few primordial bloodlines, the evil spirit god's own power had increased dramatically. It was much more difficult to deal with them. Several heavenly gods were needed to suppress a single heavenly spirit god. This was the benefit of bloodline power. Otherwise, why would they keep them in captivity to absorb ancient bloodlines and strengthen their own bloodline density? As the concentration increased, it would be able to erupt with even greater power. However, suppressing them was only a matter of time. If they could suppress them in terms of numbers, then dealing with them naturally wouldn't be a big problem. At that time, it would be a matter of casualties. If the other party was forced into a corner, they would definitely launch a vicious counterattack. Even if he were to die, he would drag a few down with him. As their battle became more and more intense and became white-hot, a figure quietly appeared on the side. Taking advantage of their momentary lapse in concentration, a cold light flashed, and 5 massive dragons shot forth, striking one of the heavenly spirit gods from the back. Boom! This heavenly god was directly killed. The heavenly god elders, who were locked in a stalemate with the evil spirit god, were all dumbfounded. Just as they were about to go all out, the evil spirit god was instantly killed by Yi Tianyun. The first one. Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, and he hid in the void again, silently leaving this area. Immediately after, he circled to the back of another heavenly spirit god and launched another sneak attack. Again, this heavenly spirit god immediately sensed it. Previously, when Yi Tianyun successfully launched a sneak attack on his companion, many heavenly spirit gods had noticed. So they would definitely be more vigilant. Thus, when Yi Tianyun launched a sneak attack, he immediately turned around to defend. With a loud boom, this heavenly spirit god was sent flying, and the 3 Empyrean spirit treasures all trembled. Overall, he wasn't seriously injured. These heavenly spirit gods had all unleashed their full power. Since they were prepared, they wouldn't be easily killed. They might be able to block Yi Tianyun's attack, but what about the attacks of the heavenly gods behind them? Boom! The heavenly gods behind them wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and they immediately launched a fierce attack, sending the evil spirit god flying and severely injuring him. At this moment, Yi Tianyun swept over and ruthlessly added a spear strike, instantly killing this heavenly spirit god. His decisiveness made all the elders look at him in a new light, especially with such destructive power. Was this really something an Empyrean could possess? After killing him, Yi Tianyun very proficiently hid in the void, preparing to launch another sneak attack. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to coordinate with the attacks of the heavenly gods and use his ghostly figure to achieve a surprise attack. So what if they knew he was sneak attacking? Don't forget, this was a team battle, not a solo battle. It's that human brat. It's him that caused this situation. Heavenly God Avalon's eyes were bloodshot. A huge problem had appeared in this area that had been peaceful all this while. This made him furious, and he wanted nothing more than to crush Etianyun. However, he was currently unable to split himself and couldn't attend to that side at all. If the sneak attack continued like this, everyone on their side would really die. Most importantly, if they died, they would die. They wouldn't be able to drag a few down with them. This kid is not bad. Regent Lord Shotian's eyes were full of praise. They didn't expect Etianyun to be able to do this, and they all had a whole new level of respect for him. Let alone them, even the vast heavenly deities were shocked by this scene. How did Etianyun's cultivation base break through to become a mid-level, heavenly venerable unknowingly? This breakthrough speed, I really don't want to talk about it. The great Devis observed the situation here as he attacked. Etianyun killed back and forth with great pleasure. These were all heavenly gods. If he could kill a few more, he would be able to happily level up again. Thus, he didn't get tired of this. He wielded the 5-dragon divine spear and weaved back and forth. One by one, the heavenly gods let out painful wails under his sneak attack. If they didn't block, they would be hit. If they tried to block, they would be sneak attacked by the heavenly gods on the side. This kind of feeling was really sullen. They would die without any dignity. Let's die together. At this time, a heavenly god evil spirit was enraged. When he saw Etianyun charging over with his spear, his body swelled. He looked coldly at Etianyun and revealed a sinister smile. Boom. Chapter 1561. Ha, that's our spirit. When heavenly god Wallen saw this, he laughed loudly. How could such an explosion not kill a middle-level heavenly venerable? Etianyun's sneak attack had finally reached their limit. Even if they had to self-destruct, they had to kill Etianyun. Since they would definitely die from the sneak attack, they might as well throw caution to the wind and self-destruct together with Etianyun. As long as they could kill Etianyun, everything would be much easier. Perhaps they would still lose. At least they wouldn't be in this situation where they were constantly being sneak attacked, and they couldn't even touch a hair. Just when they thought that Etianyun would be killed or seriously injured, Etianyun slowly walked out from the side and said with a smile, "The power of this self-destruction is really not bad. It's a bit like watching fireworks. It's the kind that Fanyu uses to celebrate festivals. It's really beautiful. Can you detonate a few more?" He wasn't injured at all. Forget about killing him. He didn't even have a scratch on him. At the moment when the other party exploded, Etianyun immediately teleported away and easily escaped the range of the explosion. It was still quite difficult to injure him, unless the surrounding space was completely sealed and he couldn't use teleportation. It was impossible to injure him. Heavenly God Wallen's smile froze. He thought that Etianyun would definitely die, or at least be injured. Who would have thought that he would be completely fine? He was still as lively as ever. Ha! I knew he would be fine. The great Devis laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Regent Lord Shotian also felt extremely carefree. He really thought that Etianyun would be injured, but now it seemed that he was completely fine. This meant that he could continue to sneak attack and drive them crazy. These guys, let's go. Heavenly God Wallen gritted his teeth. If they continued to delay, they would only be wasting their time and lives. They could only choose to retreat after sending a mental message. Empyrean God Varen immediately turned and fled into the depths of the minor world. Without question, there had to be an exit within the minor world. However, in the process of their escape, they would definitely be chased and beaten up. In the end, they would definitely be beaten half to death and would not be able to easily fight back. Therefore, they might as well go all out and see if they could defeat them. Who would have thought that Eteonyon would be so ruthless and ruin their plans? Even if their combined strength was enough to crush the heavenly gods in the heavenly god realm, under Eteonyon's crazy sneak attacks, they could only wait for death. You want to leave? It's too late. How could Region Lord Xiution and the others allow them to escape? Their morale skyrocketed as they chased after them. Eteonyon also chased after them. These were all fat sheep. How could he let them go? Following that, they were chased all the way until they threw away their helmets and abandoned their armors. One heavenly deity after another was killed. In the end, Empyrean god Wallen managed to escape. He was the only one who managed to escape. The other Empyrean gods all perished. Empyrean god Wallen's cultivation was high enough, and he also had a lower heavenly god spirit treasure. That was why he was able to escape. However, he was also in a very sorry state. After being beaten up by Region Lord Xiution, how could he possibly be fine? He still managed to escape. Eteonyon watched helplessly as Empyrean god Wallen drilled into a special escape channel. This channel was reserved for escape. This type of channel would also recognize the person. Thus, if they wanted to chase after him, they would first have to destroy the divine seal on it before they could leave. By the time they destroyed it, it was unknown where Empyrean god Wallen had escaped to. Thus, they could only give up on chasing after him. Immediately, they all returned to investigate the situation. There were still several areas that had not been taken away. These could be considered good spoils of war. Following that, they all unlocked the shackles of the heavenly Tao and rescued the people inside. There was no need for Eteonyon to do anything. The great Devis was a divine inscription master, so there was no need to worry about unlocking the shackles. In the remaining areas, there were those with relatively low cultivation. It was clear that they had first transferred away those with high cultivation or higher quality. Although it was a pity, at least they had saved a lot of people. Too many have been transferred away. If I had come a little earlier, I would have definitely been able to leave more behind. The great Devis knew from Eteonyon that there were many areas here. Now that there were only a few areas left, how could he not be angry? The other divine elders lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to look at the great Devis. Previously, the great Devis had said that he had urgent matters to attend to, but they had still dragged their feet. By the time they had arrived, a long time had already passed. If they had come back then, they believed that there would have been even more people here. But there were no ifs. Since it had already happened, they only felt a little ashamed. Even if the great Devis wanted to send out a message to kill the evil spirit race and save the cultivators with ancient bloodlines, it was impossible. The emergency message token could only send a message. It could not accurately convey what the situation was. Thus, they had come slowly. In the end, it was because they felt uncomfortable and did not want to listen to the great Devis's orders. It's fine. We've already done very well. At least we know what they're doing. The cultivation, Heaven Domain Lord was very satisfied with his son, and his smile did not stop. He then turned to look at the other elders and said in a low voice, "I don't want to say anything more about your mistakes. This time, the great elder has made a great contribution. Not only did he know the situation here, but he also saved a large number of cultivators with potential. Here, I only want to say one thing. I don't want this to happen a second time. The cultivation Heaven Domain Lord was really angry. It should have been better, but it was all because of this group of idiots that this situation had occurred. This made him feel very dissatisfied. Fortunately, there were still some people left. Otherwise, they would have really missed out. The most important thing was that it would affect his son's contribution. If they missed out, they would definitely be criticized by others. This was not a good thing for them. Fortunately, they did not miss out. They could justifiably make a great contribution. Yes, Domain Lord. The many elders were really convinced by the great Devis this time. He had indeed made a great contribution, and it was enough to stabilize his position. After not returning for so long, he suddenly took the position of the great elder. Many people were still not convinced. Although he had won the bet was a bet, not a contribution. Usually, to become a great elder, one had to have enough contribution. Therefore, the great elder and the second elder were only moved back a position, and were not chased away. Unless they made a big mistake, their positions were still very stable. Now, it was different. The great Devis had made a great contribution, so he could naturally sit in the position justifiably. At this moment, the great Devis stretched out his hand and gave Itianyan a thumbs up, expressing his gratitude to Itianyan. If it were not for Itianyan, he would not know how to make a contribution. He was usually busy with other things in the cultivation heaven domain, so he could not make a contribution at all. Chapter 1562. After everything was over, all of the cultivators had been relocated. This was within Itianyan's expectations. However, aside from that, there was still one more thing that had yet to be resolved, and that was the matter regarding Heavenly Cultivation God. Heavenly Cultivation God's betrayal made the great Devis extremely furious. However, he didn't say this in front of all of the elders. Instead, he planned to explain this to his father in person. Sometimes it was better not to act rashly and alert the enemy. After being relocated, the Heaven Cultivation God realm was astonished when they learned of the details of the situation. Who would have thought that something like this could happen? They even managed to save a bunch of very valuable cultivators. In a god realm where prodigies were rampant, they were naturally very welcome to join. After all, their bloodlines were all ancient-level beings. This meant that their bloodlines were much more powerful. If their bloodlines were similar, then they would be equivalent to their ancestors. How could anyone not be shocked by this? As such, the great Devis was immediately promoted to the top, and his prestige was extremely high. Prestige was something that could change at will. As long as one made some contributions, it could change. As such, the great Devis had always wanted to make some contributions to the Heaven Cultivation God realm. However, contributions weren't something that could be casually dropped from the sky. It's about time to report this matter to the Heaven Cultivation God realm. Come with me. The great Devis gestured for Itianyan to come with him. Both of them had made contributions, but Itianyan didn't join them, so the credit belonged to the great Devis. Itianyan nodded and followed along. He had to get justice for this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face himself. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Heaven Cultivation God Palace. The Heaven Cultivation God was busy assigning these cultivators to different areas. These cultivators all had to cultivate hard. If they wanted to unleash the full potential of their bloodlines, they had to be allocated reasonably. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of their bloodlines. Xiuqian Region Lord. The great Devis led Itianyan inside. In front of outsiders, they had to address him as Region Lord. Itianyan was not an outsider, but as long as it was someone else, he would have to address him respectfully. Grand Elder, you're here. This time, you've really done a great service. I'm really happy. For some reason, the Heavenly Cultivation Domain Lord was very happy. One must know that when the vast heavenly deity came to prove himself, the heavenly deity didn't support him. Instead, he supported the elders. Now, his feelings had completely changed. He was completely on the side of the great Devis. Without a doubt, that was a ruse. If he wanted to change the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for him as the region lord. He would need to rely on external forces to change it. The inside was already rotten to the core, so he needed to chop off the rotten areas with an axe from the outside. There were already some initial effects, but it would still take some time to completely change it. The great Devis were working hard on this, and so were the Xiuqian region lord. Domain Lord Xiuqian, there's an important matter this time, and it's a very serious matter. Although it can't be considered a great service, it will affect the direction of the Xiuqian divine realm. The great Devis said solemnly, "What is it?" The smile on cultivation, sky domain, Lord's face gradually disappeared. Heavenly God Xiuqian is a traitor. He wanted to kill me, and even allied with the heavenly gods of the other divine realms to surround me. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have been surrounded and even killed. The great Devis took out a piece of paper and handed it over. This is the corresponding list of traitors and the forces that colluded with them. The reason they did this is to get rid of me so that their people can seize power. This way, when the region lord changes in the future, many things can be changed. If there were no accidents, the next successor would be the great Devis. Therefore, as long as the great Devis was eliminated, everything would change. The next successor definitely wouldn't be the great Devis. It could be the second elder or even the third elder. After the heavenly cultivation domain, Lord took the paper and glanced at it. His expression became frighteningly gloomy. After a moment, he said, word by word, "If this is true, then it really is a change in the situation. It will affect the strength of the heavenly cultivation domain. Do you know what this means?" "I do. It's not that I'm dead. I'm just afraid that they will use this to join forces with the other divine realms to devour the Xiuqian divine realm. When that time comes, the Xiuqian divine realm won't be the Xiuqian divine realm anymore. It will belong to someone else." The great Devis said in a solemn voice. "Where did you hear this?" Cultivation, sky domain, Lord asked with a solemn expression. "My disciples said that heavenly God Xiuqian was in a critical situation. He performed a soul search and found the corresponding memories," the great Devis said. Cultivation, sky domain, Lord raised his head and looked into Etienne's eyes. His gaze was filled with an invasive intent, and it struck directly into Etienne's heart. If one's soul wasn't powerful enough, their legs would definitely give out from under them, and they would kneel to the ground. However, Etienne was completely unscathed. His soul was far more powerful than his cultivation base. Cultivation, sky domain, Lord was a little surprised to see that Etienne was completely unscathed. He didn't think that Etienne would be so calm. It looked like he really was quite powerful. "Do you trust your disciple that much?" Cultivation, sky domain, Lord asked. "That's right. I trust my disciple that much." The great Devis spoke in a firm voice. "If you don't even trust your own disciple, then how can you be their master?" These things could indeed be fabricated. Even images could be fabricated. There was nothing that couldn't be fabricated. As long as one wanted to fabricate something, nothing would be an issue. However, the great Devis trusted his disciple without the slightest bit of doubt. "All right," Cultivation, sky domain, Lord said in a solemn voice. "Then give me some time to investigate this thoroughly." The great Devis trusted Etienne, but the cultivation, sky domain, Lord didn't trust Etienne. Even though Etienne had performed a meritorious deed, he didn't dare to trust him recklessly. This was a matter that concerned the entire heaven cultivation God realm. It wasn't a family matter, and it wasn't something that could be easily resolved by executing a single elder. On that piece of paper was a long list of all the elders and powers involved. If he were to do anything the entire heaven cultivation god realm would be mobilized. No problem. The great Devis wasn't surprised. It would be strange if he just nodded casually. Unless he was the domain lord, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Then, the great Devis left with Tianyun. After leaving, the great Devis said, "You don't have to worry about this. The cultivation sky domain lord will definitely investigate thoroughly." He said he would investigate, so he will definitely investigate thoroughly. After all, other people need evidence. Chapter 1563. Tianyun already knew that this wasn't something that could be easily resolved. Such a huge heaven cultivation god realm couldn't be handled so carelessly. It was unreasonable to arrest him just by listening to his side of the story. In the end, it was because they didn't have enough power. If Xiuqian Domain Lord had seen it with his own eyes, then there would be no need for evidence. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he needed to look into it and find evidence. When the other disciples asked if they had any evidence, how would Xiuqian Domain Lord explain? Sometimes it wasn't about whether Xiuqian Domain Lord trusted them, but whether others trusted Tianyun. What could an outsider prove? What evidence could he have? If it were Tianyun's forces, it wouldn't matter what Tianyun did. But now it was different. Tianyun could understand the complicated relationship. The relationship was so messy that it affected many elders and deacons. If they were uprooted, the heaven cultivation god realm would be half crippled. This wasn't an exaggeration. Otherwise, Xiuqian Domain Lord wouldn't be so cautious. Some things made him angry, but he had to be rational. Without rationality, the heaven cultivation god realm would really be crippled. This wasn't the god realm of the three realms. There was no power of faith like Tianyun, let alone his ability to carry out orders. Domain lords weren't invincible, and they couldn't do whatever they wanted. Otherwise, why would there be so many elders? The elders were the ones who restricted the domain master's authority, and they could influence the domain master's decisions at crucial moments. In the god realm of the three realms, whatever Tianyun said was the law. No one could question his decisions. This was the difference between them. What Tianyun needed was absolute control. He was domineering. He would use whatever methods he needed and would never be lenient. After saying goodbye to the great Devis, he chose to return to the god realm of the three realms. He had saved so many cultivators this time, so it was time to come back and make arrangements. After returning, he communicated with Shuyun. She immediately arranged for a few planets to release the rescued cultivators. After being released one by one, they were very excited and very grateful for this. How could they not be excited to meet such a savior? Tianyun's request was very simple. He wanted them to live here and join the three realms god realm. Just like other cultivators, they had to complete missions and obtain contribution points to exchange for resources. They had no objections to this at all. To them, as long as they were not harassed by the evil spirit race, this place was heaven, not to mention doing missions. Even if they were asked to sweep the floor, they wouldn't have the slightest objection. After all, every once in a while, he would have to worry about whether he would be captured and devoured. He had always been worried and afraid. That kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. It was simply a nightmare. Now that Tianyun had awakened them from their nightmare, they were naturally extremely grateful. As for the arrangements, they would listen to Tianyun, and their loyalty to Tianyun skyrocketed. However, it could only be said to be a part of it. It would still take some time for him to be completely loyal to them. It would take some time to assimilate them before they could become one with the three realms god realm. They have limitless potential and all have ancient bloodlines. If we make use of them, the effects will be astonishing. Of course, everything has to be done naturally. We can't force it. Eteonyon was still very interested in these ancient bloodlines. If they were to marry into the three realms god realm, the descendants would definitely be stronger. However, he would not force the marriage. That would be too disgusting. Don't you think I know that? Shi Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and smiled. This time, you brought back another group of experts. It seems that our three realms god realm will become stronger very soon. Yes, it will. It will become stronger very soon, and it will become stronger very quickly. Eteonyon's eyes burned. He didn't have much time. Within 1,000 years, he had to stand firm. He had to be above average in the 4th grade god realm. Otherwise, he would be finished. Unless he stayed here to guard, the three realms god realm would definitely be finished. However, he would have to leave sooner or later. He couldn't stay here forever. Hence, it was especially important for him to strengthen his own forces. In the remaining time, Eteonyon participated in the arrangements and paid attention to the situation. At the same time, he understood their situation so that he could make other arrangements. Following that, he went to his disciples to give them some pointers. Their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. They were much stronger than before. Eteonyon was very satisfied. He had dug out their potential. They would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. That's about it. That's the rest. After making some arrangements, Eteonyon returned to the courtyard to rest for a while. He had been too busy. He needed a good rest. However, he didn't lie down to sleep. Instead, he started cultivating. Cultivating was a race against time. He was no exception. Right now, he needed to condense the dark core and take the dark trial. This was the last trial. As long as he completed it, the three realms would truly be his. Previously, he had done it to slow down. Now that his cultivation had broken through, there shouldn't be any problems. He could easily deal with a lower heavenly god, so the dark trial was naturally not a problem. Previously, he could pass the trial alone. Now that his cultivation had increased by so much, it would undoubtedly be easier. Then, he immediately started to condense the dark planet. He found many dark cores in his inventory. These were all obtained from the evil spirit race. Without any hesitation, he absorbed them all. He who had many cores was very familiar with cultivating these things. Without any difficulty, the dark planet was easily condensed, forming a 3rd grade dark planet. The 3rd grade was relatively low. It was still too ordinary for him. However, it was already very good that he could condense it. Now that I have condensed 8 planets, I still need 2 more. Now that he had 8 planets, 5 of them were equivalent to the 5 elements core. Thunder planet, light planet, and dark planet. That was 8. 8 planets. That was enough to scare people to death. Now, if someone could condense 2 planets, they would be grinning from ear to ear. Yet he could condense 8. This was not the end. He still needed to condense 2 more to reach the standard of breaking through to the heavenly god realm. Forget it. There's no hurry. There's still a lot of time. There's still a long way to go. He was only at the early stage of the intermediate heavenly venerable stage. He still had a lot of experience. Even if he killed more than 10 heavenly gods, he would need to kill more than 10 to level up.